live streams still only get like 200 or 300 people anyway.
Well, it's growing though. I've been watching your live stream on YouTube, and your metrics have been steadily increasing.
They definitely have been doing better. That's absolutely true. You had over 1,000 people in one of your lives. I think this is from 2 days ago. You had over 1,000 people in YouTube, which is wild.
So my
shoot, we're already live.
my typical YouTube stream right now is over 1,000. It averages about 11 to 1,200. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I got to update your camera real quick. I went to adjust the resolution
Sure.
and it froze on me. I don't know why it froze. Okay, it's unfroze now.
It'd be really funny if Peace Up Mars came up. But of course he never will.
He won't. He's terrified of me. Well, the problem that Peace Up has is he knows that if he comes into a live stream with me, I'm going to force him to read the Bible, and that's what he absolutely
and they
doesn't
never
want to do.
They never want to read the Bible. It's so funny.
Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah, I was. Oh, yeah, sure.
I had a speaker on my shelf I had to turn off. I forgot about.
So I was watching or the live that I was in. I don't know if you saw it. I was in no education or something. I don't.
Yeah, no brains required.
All things considered.
Mm-hmm.
He started off with 11 people in it, and no degrees required. That's what it is. And I just hopped in because he was making some crazy claims that I wanted to talk about. And then now there's like 150 people watching it or something like that.
I've actually...
I'm like, okay, well, I appreciate that.
I've talked to No Degree Required a couple times. I think the first time we talked, it was a little bit contentious. And then every time after that, I think it was pretty cordial. So I think, once he realizes that he can't steamroll somebody, he calms down a little bit. But he's definitely pretty chill in that sense. Yeah. So like I've actually the last couple of times I talked to him, I had a good time.
Yeah, it was going well until he brought up Peace Up, and then
yeah,
I left anyway because we have this scheduled. But anyway,
welcome in, guys.
Yeah. So hey everybody. It's just the two of us because Ian's out being important.
Yeah, so Ian's got a really big deal today. He's filming the Jubilee episode. It's gonna how many atheists versus one Christian?
Hold on, don't. It's. I don't know if that's public knowledge.
Oh, I don't know if he knows. Okay, well, we can't give you any details.
Everybody, forget that you heard that.
Ian's doing something very important today.
Yes. Anyway, so today it's just us, but I think between the two of us, we can probably handle some philosophy at least.
Oh, for sure.
At least if our only philosophical contentions are people like Peace Up and
right,
or P Mars and Darth Dawkins, I'm sure we can handle them.
Well, plus once Danny wakes up, he might join us.
You know that Danny's there too, right?
No, I didn't know that. He didn't tell me.
Yeah. He's in LA. Yeah.
Shit, I didn't know that.
Danny's in LA. Yeah.
So they're going heavy on the Phil Bros then.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. No, so it's just us. We can handle it, I think, though. So if you guys are watching on TikTok or on YouTube, wherever you're watching, you have to go to that link that's somewhere up here, I think. tinyurl.com/UAguest if you want to join. But we will take everybody.
Absolutely.
At least, in order.
Yeah, if you want to get into the conversation, we're not taking guests on TikTok, only on the third-party link that's on the screen. So we appreciate you guys reading the screen for us. And we've already got a super thanks from Robert Canaster. Big W, Robert. We appreciate the $4.99 super thanks. Big W. It looks like we've got the crowd filing in now. We just need a couple of the ops to show up.
The other crowd. Yeah. So I don't know. Did you watch this live stream I had where planttology was discussed?
No, I wish I did.
Okay, so I will send you the link. It's a very, very, very funny stream. But I'll just summarize essentially what happened. I was talking with a flat earther who was telling me who's telling me that I didn't know what natural science was, which wild claim, but okay. And then he says, okay, well, go look it up. And I'm like, okay. So I look it up, and it says, or he tells me I didn't know what science was or something like that, or what a scientist was. Anyway, so I pull up the definition, and it says something like, involving natural science or whatever. And I ask him to give me an example of a natural science. And he goes on to say, he struggles for a bit. And then he goes on to say, planttology.
Oh, God.
Now, for those who don't know, if you're watching, planttology, not the study of plants, turns out. That's called botany.
Yeah.
However, he insisted for like 10 minutes that this is a real thing. And so it was just like, essentially, it just ended up being me showing him that he's wildly wrong about what planttology is for like 20 minutes. And it was very funny. So now people just mention planttology in lives all the time. Whenever anybody references something that's not a thing, people will be like, anyway, you'll see it in the comments sometimes. It was very funny.
Well, now I'm happy I'm on the inside of that joke and not the outside.
Yeah, you absolutely should be. You should be absolutely happy. Okay, how do I search for messages on Discord from a certain user?
So if you go to Discord...
Never mind, I figured out how to do it. I'm just an idiot. I was in streamer mode. That's why I couldn't see it.
Huge Thumper says they came out as trans recently, and I'm going around spreading love and positivity, so have a great stream and amazing day. And Huge Thumper, big W for being true to yourself. We've got...
Congrats.
Absolutely, big congrats there. We've got allegorically Ian in the guest box. Let's bring in a different Ian. How you doing, Ian?
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Thank you, Grimlock, for the 666. Hail, Grimlock. Now, how you guys doing?
Good. What you
doing? All right.
I don't know what you think fake laughter is going to do for you, but
it's not fake laughter.
I was wondering what your strongest argument.
You said hail.
The existence of God is.
You said hail.
So
Grimlock?
Allegorically, Ian is very well studied. Clearly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What was my question, and how do you think that answered it?
We finally got Ian in the house.
We'll grant that.
Sorry, can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
Is it plugged into itself?
This is an internal.
Go on, get him out of here.
It's provocative. It gets the people going.
No free cloud.
Reference. You know, Ian doesn't know where that reference
Make sure you tap the screen, do all that good stuff. I love Graham Hoppy forever. Love you, bye.
You know, Ian doesn't know where that reference is from, right? It's provocative. It gets the people going. He doesn't know.
No, I thought he made it up.
No, it's from Blades of Glory, which is the best film of the late 2000s, starring Will Ferrell and John Heder.
Yeah, I saw that long time ago.
Excellent film, very, very funny, and it's in that movie.
Shit, now I gotta rewatch it.
Ian didn't make it up.
Sometimes you get something
one of my favorite movies.
Like stuck in your head and you don't realize where it came from. We've got 2 super chats coming in.
Happens.
We got more super chats than opposition. I guess Jesus isn't sending his best this morning, but Cameron says, "Good morning. Dr. Blitz cooked them." I believe you. I've never seen Dr. Blitz not cook somebody. Like if we're just doing like what's the most probable outcome, I think that's the most probable outcome.
It was wild. So I told them, so we had this long conversation. I was talking with this guy, Cyber. I don't know what the rest of his name was. Not Cyber Deconstruction. And he basically failed. He basically failed to understand electromagnetism for like 20 straight minutes, which is fine. We'll grant that, right? And I'm happy to explain it. And then after that, having heard the whole conversation prior to that, he says, "Oh, so are you religious?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not religious." And he says, "That's surprising." I'm like, "Is it? Most cosmologists are not religious." And he says, "That's weird. I've never met an atheist scientist." And I'm like, "What? Are you living under a rock?"
Yeah, what planet is he living in? That's crazy.
Yeah, anyway. I mean, but he seemed relatively good faith once he realized that he was talking to somebody who he couldn't bash over the head with jargon.
The Pew Research polls pretty consistently show that people in the sciences are largely godless.
And especially amongst the National Academy of Science, right? Which is even more pressing. Like this is like, I mean, if you just look at the Pew Research, for those who don't know, by the way, Pew is a huge conglomeration of polling and surveying data, which is very interesting. But if you just look at the Pew Research thing, came out 10 years ago or something like that, they say, well, overall scientists are like 30% atheist, like 30% theist, and then 40% agnostic, roughly something like that. And then it does a breakdown by field of study, and you'll find that biologists and physicists tend to be a little bit more atheist than the other scientists. But if you then go study the Fellows of the Royal Society, for example, of London, this is like really, really prestigious and like really highly respected scientists. They are wildly non-religious, like way more or way less religious than in 1998, Larson and Witham found that 92% of the members of the National Academy of Sciences, this is not the Royal Society, but 92% of the members of the National Academy of Sciences, which is a similar thing in the US, reject a belief in God or a higher power.
That's high.
Which is like, it's really high, and these are the most eminent scientists in the world, right?
That's crazy high.
So, like, it should tell you something.
Yeah, it really should. It should tell you.
And this was in 1998 too.
Oh, that's right.
Like,
that was still. There were still people that were like afraid of the Satanic Panic in 1998.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. So like, this claim that like, oh, like the top scientists are led to God, like it's just factually untrue.
Absolutely.
Like, we have the data. The data's in. You're wrong.
Yeah, that's nuts. We do have another super chat from Jim Nasty. Thank you so much, Jim. It says, "Are you strong? Can you do handstands?" Listen, I must admit, Jim, Minar got me there. I'm not big, beautiful, and I can't do handstands. But then again, I do think it's wrong to marry 9-year-olds, so I got him there. Have you seen that crash out yet?
No, I haven't. But you mentioned it in another live. Can you send me a link? I'll watch it later.
Yeah, it's wild. It might be my.
I talked with a Muslim guy the other day, and he was admitting to way too much. I'm like, bro, like, and this, by the way, like I said this thing, and I probably shouldn't have said it. It probably came off as like really like bigoted, but I'm like, bro, you should have been doing tequila rather than having this conversation, because you're looking so bad right now. Bro was just ready to do, and like, that's not technically bigoted, but like that's the kind of argument that like bigots will use. So, but anyway, he was just like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with sleeping with a 9-year-old if XYZ. And I'm like, oh, bro, no.
It's painful when they say that kind of stuff, because they believe it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we're getting the crowd built up, but we don't have any opposition, guys. If you do believe in God and you want to talk about it, there's a link on the screen and in the description of the video. It's tinyurl.com/UA guest. We are missing the mighty Ian today, so it's going to be Blitz and I. So we're not gonna cook you on any oppie-pilled philosophy today. Just what us two non-philosophers can do.
Yeah, although we'll do our best. We'll cosplay philosophers. I think we'll be okay, though.
I'd say you do really good with the philosophy stuff.
I try, but like, if somebody asks me to like cite like Wittgenstein or like, compare and contrast Nietzsche and I don't know, like some other like Kant, I'm like, bro, no, I'm good.
If I didn't have to work, I probably would eventually get around to reading philosophy. But the problem is, like, we all have day jobs. We have to do work.
We do have day jobs. Yeah, absolutely. Although, like, look, I've seen your lives and how well they do. Like, the amount of super chats that you get, you might be able to quit.
Well, I mean, I work as
I feel like it's getting there. It's got to be getting there.
I work in as electrical engineer, so it's hard to replace that. With
Okay, yeah, yeah, Mister, I get paid 6 figures to be like, oop, doop, wires connected.
Yeah, it's a little more complicated than that, but you're not too far off. I draw lines on pages and I put letters in random orders and programs.
When I was in college, I used EagleCAD a lot because I spent a long time, probably way more time than I needed to, designing some circuits for some laser stuff that I was interested in. So just as a byproduct of wanting to build lasers, I had to learn how to do circuit design.
Right. Yeah, it's important too, and I have a long career specializing in explosion-proof designs. So I do a lot of machine
Okay.
designs for flammable products. So like you have to memorize all kinds of different electrical codes in order to design these machines and not get sued. So that's where a lot of the brain
That sounds
power
fun.
goes to.
I love memorizing codes of like codes and regulations.
Right. Yeah, it's
It's
something.
my favorite thing in the world.
But when you the problem is when you miss something, when you make a mistake, you risk blowing up a factory. So
Well, yeah. So I mean, I look. So I'm very very glad. I'm very very glad that engineers. No, okay. Let me back up. I would rather fail an engineering student who cheated on a homework assignment than let them continue, because otherwise they'll end up blowing things up.
yep, I've seen it too. I've seen engineers that didn't care to do things properly, and it always backfires. It never turns out well. I don't know how these people stay. Well, I guess they probably eventually find their way out. They don't stay in the business.
Okay, question from an electrical engineer: how much of Kirchhoff's loop rules do you remember?
None.
Do you remember the phrase?
Yeah. So when you're in school, okay, there's typically you have at least a handful of electrical theory classes and then a handful of application classes. So you have to do digital circuits, analog circuits, and different things like that.
You have to take you'll have to take a physics class on electromagnetism, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you can do electives like antenna theory and things like that. And you memorize. Listen, you have to memorize a shit ton of formulas. That's all there is to it. The problem is
You don't have to memorize it. You just intuit it. You just know it.
well.
That's the difference between an engineer and a physicist right there. By the way, I didn't memorize shit.
Oh, we have to memorize a lot of stuff. the thing of
We
it
have a
is,
guest, by the way.
let me grab. You don't actually have to use most of that stuff once you get to the field.
Yeah, I know, but you can't tell them that, otherwise they won't pay attention.
I know, right? All right, let me grab our 3 super chats and then we'll get our guest in here. Classically politics.
Sounds good to me.
Marduk, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says all the opposition is in chat crashing out. You're right. They don't.
Of course they are.
They don't want to
course
get
they are.
cooked. It's way easier to sit behind a keyboard. And Aaron, good to see you this morning, friend. This is our buddy Fellow Dragon from TikTok. He says, "Good morning, awesome brothers. I highly recommend my good friend J Mike and the Obi-Wan of philosophy as another host on the show." Actually, I was just talking to
It's
J
not a bad
Mike.
idea.
I was just talking to J Mike about this actually. I need to send him a message because there's a couple people that I'd love to get involved in the show and just haven't yet. But we're at a point where we probably should start getting a mix of people involved. And J Mike's an amazing resource.
Yeah, J Mike's another good pinch hitter in case Ian has to step out.
I agree.
Absolutely.
And Cyber Deconstruction says, Justin and I had someone admit slavery was good if it led to conversion to Christianity. It was actually difficult to listen to him say and justify.
That's rough.
Listen,
But under their worldview, it's true.
right? Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Before I started doing these live streams, I could not have imagined that anybody would say that kind of a thing. Yet it happens all the time. It's crazy.
What you have to remember is that think of the average person and recognize that half of the people are stupider than that.
Right. It's true.
And when I say average, I mean median, by the way.
Right. So I've added classically politics to the stream, but I don't see them or hear them.
I don't see them either.
It sounds like they didn't.
And their mic is still muted.
Yeah, they didn't connect all the way.
Ah, it's Ahmad. Lovely.
So yeah, if classically can't get connected, we'll bring in the next guest.
And we have Christos, which I imagine is the Catholic M's.
Yeah, basically. All right, we'll have to move on from that. Let's grab Ahmad Hunter. Welcome back, Ahmad.
Howdy.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Looking
I'm fine.
spiffy.
Which one is for me?
You're looking spiffy.
Actually, Ahmad always dresses well.
It really does.
Oh, what does spiffy mean? I'm not familiar with this word.
Well
Oh, thank you.
dressed.
It's
Thank you.
It's
I
an
appreciate
old time
that.
word. It's like saying swell.
I don't know that one either.
No, it's okay. What's on your mind today,
So what are we talking about today?
Well,
I don't know.
yeah. We didn't have our first conversation just yet, so we don't have anything really flowing in the conversation. But typically, our starting point is that hey,
But you always go for like contentious talk with me. I don't know why, Justin. Like,
well, see, the thing of it is, the first time we discuss, I'm typically just want to hear what's on your mind. The second time, I want to press you. Like I want to make things uncomfortable for you.
It's just his way of flirting, It's fine. It's
it is. If you were a girl on the playground, I'd have to throw a rock at you.
Okay, that's low, but I get it. Okay.
Anyways, I think we worked that out of our system. I think you kind of know where I stand on your particular religion, but here's my position.
Obviously.
on Islam. I think Islam is just the medieval version of Christianity. I think there's a good probability that eventually Islam will have a renaissance, just like...
Isn't Christianity and medieval also? Like, Christianity predates Islam, right?
Yeah, it is. But so medieval Christianity was horrendous. They massacred.
You mean
people.
the diluted version of it? Okay.
No. He means so. Imagine how Christianity was 600 years ago.
Okay.
Like in Europe,
So that's Islam today.
That's what he's saying. And actually, I think I disagree with Justin on this. There is no reason to think, and actually, the Islamic Middle East is actually a good example of this. There's no reason to think that that the direction of religious development leads more and more towards liberal or progressive or classically Western or whatever views. That is not a guarantee. I mean, we saw that roughly happened with Christianity. But we also saw that happening with Islam. Islam was wildly progressive for its time in like the golden age, right? And then it roughly stayed that way for a long time.
With most religions, right? So even Jesus, when he came down, he was the same. Like he was revolutionizing, his environment.
I think what happens. I think what happens is with regards to like the political environment and the level of extremist belief. Because I think we can all agree that extremist belief is generally not great. But the level of extremist belief and political dogma and things like that ebbs and flows over time, and that influences how people interpret their religion and how people implement their religion. We happen to be in a period of time in which Christianity tends to not be particularly extreme. It's been pretty diluted at least in the Western world. In many parts of Africa, it's still very, very extreme. In the Middle East right now, it seems like there are at least pretty significant chunks that are also very, very extreme. And then if you go look in other parts of the world, there are at least communities of Muslims who are not. So I think it's this is very much a societal thing. I don't think that there's any expectation of a general progression forward.
Yeah, I would agree with you on this. I don't think it's particularly a religious thing more than... there is a quote that I love, tell me what's on your minds. I'll tell you what you read, not particularly what's in the book that you read, but basically because when you deal with human beings, you deal with pacifists and you deal with violent people, you get the full spectrum of, people. This is people have different personalities. So if a violent person, reads, even a secular text, he would interpret it in a way that agrees with his personality.
Yeah, sure. Look at
and vice versa.
I mean, you could look at Stalin or Mao as examples, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as somebody who is an avowed non-theory reading, but still left-leaning socialist person, absolutely, you can take Marx and then you can say, yes, we should use this to force people to be atheists and to completely dissolve all whatever, and that can be bad too. I think that generally humans, I mean, I tend to agree that Oh, okay. I actually don't even know if I can say that the Quran, compared with the Christian Bible, is like more morally reprehensible.
I don't know if
there are
it
definitely
is.
parts that I like. I agree. There are parts of the Quran that I think are much worse. There are parts of the Quran that I think are much better than the Christian Bible. And the same can be true about essentially any religious book. Some parts are, especially if they're old, right? If they're old, they're going to have outdated views. They're going to have outdated positions on things that I view as reprehensible.
Right.
Okay, so we're off to like a good start that we're all in agreement right now, and
Great.
like the conversation is starting lovely. So we
All
may
right.
like
Here, let me
yeah,
press you on something.
go for it.
All
Or
right.
we
All right.
could
So
like I could talk about God, the Abrahamic God in general, or we could talk about morality, whatever. Like
I have a question, and this is
sure.
only applicable to Ahmad because I had a conversation with a Muslim fellow who I think was far less reasonable than you earlier, but I just want to know your take on it. So the question is, under what grounds? I'll just be super blunt. Is it justified during Muhammad's lifetime for him to invade and conquer other peoples solely because those peoples rejected the emissaries that were sent? Is that justified?
By emissary, that you mean like his revelation or his message, right?
Well, so from what the person told me, I don't actually know if this is true, but from what the person told me, the only places that Muhammad and his armies went and conquered were places that, well, they tried to send like an emissary to preach the message, but the messenger was rejected. They didn't let the messenger in. And they're like, okay, well, since you rejected the message, we're going to invade you. Is that justified?
No, that's not the case actually. Like what happens is, from an Islamic point of view, like Islam, like this is the Muslim perspective, or any religious perspective. Like you think that you have the most important message, and you have to deliver this message to everyone that you can. So this is the premise that we go from all religious people, not
Sure.
not just Muslims.
Well,
And then you
that's not
have
quite right,
people.
but go ahead.
Okay, so you have people that if you're gonna like if you have a message, especially like if we talk about Islam isn't just like talking about like spiritual stuff. Islam talks about like real life stuff. So it will change your society, and this will like have its political like impact on people. So usually the political the ruling administration, they wouldn't like you particularly, so they would fight against you. And again, like the message of Islam is, there is a famous hadith about the Prophet ﷺ. He said, "خلوا بيني وبين الناس," which I'm the worst at translations, but it goes like this: just like leave me be with people, like just like let me talk to people. Usually what happens is the opposite. They wouldn't let you talk with people. They would like distort your image. They would make bad reputations about you. They would fight you like physically, and this is when you fight them. And the hadith that I think that you were talking to the other fellow about, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's about like umirtu an uqatil an-nas hatta yashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Like I was ordered to fight with people. And the word in Arabic is fight, not to kill, because some people like because it's like very similar in Arabic, uqatil or yaqtul, like very similar, just like one letter difference. So people usually translate it as like I was commanded or I was ordered to kill people, which is not the case. Like I was commanded to fight the people until one of like three options, which would like mean that they heard your message and then they wanted to choose like whether they agree with the message, and they can have all the debates about it if they want, because again, like this is what you believe, that this is the most important message of their lives. It's not just the your message or you want to rule them. It's about like you're trying to save them from an eternal condemnation, whatever it is. So they either agree with you or they reject you, but they agree that you spread your message, or they say no, like not option A, not option B. We're gonna fight you, and then if they're gonna fight you, you're gonna fight them back. So
So
basically,
are you saying that all of the, I mean, clearly we can agree that Islam's at least partially spread through war, right?
I would disagree now.
You wouldn't say that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Muhammad was known as a conqueror, right?
He was a fighter, but not a conqueror per se, because like he only like conquered Mecca, which was his birthplace. Actually, it was his city. If you're talking about the Prophet himself, if you talk about Muslims, then yeah, they spread. Some of it was just like territorial gains. Some of it was like politically motivated, and some of it was like religious motivated. Yes. So I wouldn't say that everything. Like for example, if we talk about like nowadays, Islam is the fast growing religion in the world right now. And Muslims are not particularly like powerful, or actually like we get our asses kicked in every front, I guess. So it's not that we have the the power actually to subdue people. That's not the case. Yet Islam is still like spreading. The message is still spreading. So I wouldn't say that it's because like or it's spread through wars per se. There is an argument that I get it. I get your point in it, and I would agree with you slightly, but I wouldn't say that largely Islam was spread through this.
I mean, the Ottoman Empire got as big as it was through like military raids, like conquering northern Africa, conquering Anatolia. I mean, it didn't happen peacefully. The invasion of the Turks. So when you look at what happened during the medieval period,
most of it was like religiously motivated. That's my point.
I agree, it was religiously motivated. But when you look at what happened during the medieval period in Europe, one of the reasons why the Catholic Church were killing a lot of their own people is because a bunch of them actually turned pacifist. They refused to go to war, and at the same time, there was a huge invasion westward from the Turkish people group being invaded by the Islamic warriors, and they thought that their empire in the West was going to be completely annihilated if they couldn't mobilize everybody to fight. So if you weren't willing to fight, they got rid of you. The invasion westward by the Turks was a very real thing. In fact, if you read any of the history, I've got primary sources from people on the ground during the medieval and pre-medieval period. Even as early as 700 BCE, the Turkish people were just outright murdering Christians for not converting.
You mean CE, right?
CE, sorry. Yes.
CE,
sorry.
BCE is like before Islam, right?
Yeah,
my brain got stuck.
BCE is before in the modern calendar.
So
it's the replacement for BC.
If you read the writings of the Anabaptists have a really good record keeping going back all the way back to about the 4th or the 5th century. And they write during the 7th and 8th century, quite a few Christians got murdered by people they referred to as Mohammedans. They didn't have the name Muslims. They just call them followers of Muhammad, the Mohammedans. And a lot of Mohammedans were just murdering Christians that happened to be living in their land, and their family members wrote about it. I've read the stories. So like this is I realize that you probably think that there is a path forward that makes this religion a religion of peace, but I think history would say otherwise. And I would say the same thing about Christianity. Christianity thinks it's a religion of peace right now, but for the vast majority of its history, it wasn't.
I try to be like precise with my words as much as I can. If you're asking me if Islam is a pacifist religion, I would tell you outrightly no, it's not a pacifist religion. But that doesn't mean that it's not a religion of peace, because I think that the two words are not the same. Like being pacifist or being like or you come with peace, like literally and this is like it became a cliche actually, that the greeting of Islam is salam alaikum, which is like peace be upon you. Like literally I'm saying peace be upon you, and you reply back wa alaikum salam, like, and upon you be peace. So it's like if the whole message, and actually there are many hadith and there are many verses that talk about this, like spread peace, spread salam, spread greetings, something like this.
So
maybe go ahead.
Maybe I can. So the reason I was asking is because like maybe I'll just ask in the form of a hypothetical instead. Let's say that
Okay.
it's, I don't know, the year 900 or something. It actually doesn't matter what the year is. Let's say that you have an Islamic republic or an Islamic monarchy, whatever, some sort of Islamic state, right?
Okay.
And it has a neighboring state which is not Islamic. Maybe they're Christian, maybe they're just secular, maybe whatever it might be. The Islamic Republic says to the let me back up. The Islamic Republic tries to send emissaries to try to convert this neighboring state to Islam. They start sending, just emissaries, evangelists, whatever you want to call them. And every time that they try to cross the border, these evangelists, or whenever they get caught, they get ejected from the country by this non-Islamic state. Would you say that gives justification for the Islamic State to invade the non-Islamic state?
The word isn't about invasion, but you'll have to, invade means, you want to take their land, and it was never about their land. And actually,
they want to take their... When I say invade, I mean conquer the people.
So I would say, again, you have to figure out, what's going on. I think it's more nuanced than just, you go and conquer them because,
right.
they were...
So I'm just offering this hypothetical. Imagine that this is really all it is.
I'll do one better. I'll do one better. There is actually an instance, I can get it to you because I'll be paraphrasing, I guess. There is one incident that happened, I think, during the second caliphate, I guess, where an Islamic army actually invaded or conquered a city. And without calling them to the message of Islam first, without telling them any what did they want from them, right? So they outrightly just went into war and they won that war. So one of those people, I think the ruler, he sent a letter to the caliphate of the Muslims. I think he was Umar ibn Khattab. And he told him exactly what happened, and Umar ordered all of the army to go back again, to leave whatever they did, and to go back. And he deemed that this is what was an outright what's the word? Not outright. Was wrong. It was wrong invasion because again, it's not about you invading them; it's about you inviting them to the message of Islam. So if you didn't do this, then it doesn't make any sense. And I get what some of the instances that Justin talked about. I'm not saying that they were not particularly true. They might have been true, but they wouldn't be the exact the correct practice of Islam.
So I'm not suggesting that my hypothetical is something that actually happened. I'm just evaluating what your position is. So in the example, neighboring or Islamic country sends emissaries. They say, "Hey, we're going to send emissaries to your country. We want you guys to hear the good word." I don't know what the correct phrase is, but we want you guys to hear the message of Muhammad. And they say, "No, we're not interested. Don't send your emissaries. If you send them, we're going to kick them out." If that is the entire interaction, does that give justification for the neighboring Islamic country to come in by force to allow the spread of the message?
The thing with your hypothetical is that you presupposes that the whole nation was in one agreement, and this is typically likely it's not gonna be the case.
It's just a government agreement. It's just a government decision.
Yeah,
the government of that state decided no.
Okay, so it's not the people that decided; it's the government, right?
Maybe it's democratic. Maybe it's democratic. Maybe it's 60%. Whatever.
So the end result is the government of those people don't want me to teach my message to their masses.
Yep. Does that give you justification to invade them?
They're willing to use force to prevent me from doing so, right?
Well, yeah. So they're not going to let you send people into their land.
No, but that's again that's not my point. I'm not trying to.
But okay.
I misunderstood you. I misunderstood.
Blitz's analogy.
I misunderstood
He's asking you to step into his analogy.
Yeah. So in this example,
no, I heard something else. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you meant send their people to you. So that was
no. They just don't
yeah.
want any of your people coming into their land to spread the message. That's all.
Yeah,
and they'll kick you out if you try. Is it justified to go in and try to spread it with force then?
Not with force. Again, you're not spreading it with force. You're fighting their force, what's the word? they're like you said they're kicking you out, they're kicking your emissaries out, right?
Yep.
With force, and you're returning that with
So
with the same force.
okay, let me ask you a related question.
Wait.
Let's say.
Did I hear that correctly? Like, if they are removing the emissaries, that's a viable reason to attack them? 'Cause that's what it sounded like. You said you're responding to them with force. Why would you if we decided to remove Muslim missionaries from the U.S., why would that be responded with force?
You see what you did here, like you changed the nuance. It's not just like, again, like the point was in the hypothetical, my message is the most important message for the masses, right? This is my position.
But Ahmad,
Yeah,
trying to spread that, and somebody is
Ahmad, you just turned it into a defensive war, and it's not. It's not even a war.
Then you don't. This is why, like, the first answer I told Let's that it's more nuanced than this. Like, you don't just like go to war because like people said no. Like it's not usually it's not the case. Like something
Right, so that's why I'm asking.
Usually more nuanced than this.
Well, it seems
right.
to be
So
the
that's
case.
why I'm saying in the hypothetical, if all that was happening is that they found an emissary of this other country trying to spread Islam, they arrested them and dropped them off on the other side of the border, and said don't come back. That you would view that as violence or force against them that can then be justifiably defended against, right?
Yeah, it's like if somebody like if you say
people wonder why we call you guys
it.
violent. Oh, I wonder why.
No, but your country does it, and your country does it better than us. Actually, like if somebody like attacked a U.S. personnel, what does the U.S. do?
We didn't
like it bombs democracy
clear,
into your heads.
Nobody was attacked.
The U.S. doesn't invade countries. When somebody deports an American citizen back... No, I wasn't done. Of course the U.S. invades countries. But if an American citizen tried to illegally enter some other country, and then that American citizen gets deported, the U.S. doesn't then go and deport, or doesn't go and then invade that other country.
If you were asking me this question, I would tell you, of course, like if any country in the world deports any person for whatever reason, in that scenario, I wouldn't say that this is like grounds for war. That would be something ridiculous to say.
But so in this hypothetical, the evangelists, the emissaries are being deported. They're not being killed. They're just being sent out. They're being deported when they get caught trying to spread the message. That's the example. That's the hypothetical I'm trying to get at. Is like they're not having violence done to them, except unless you consider arrest violence, which maybe you do. They're not like being killed. They're not being harmed. They're just being like picked up. You can't be here anymore. Goodbye.
In this hypothetical, because like again, like I don't think that this hypothetical like has anything to do with
hasn't happened.
With the reality of things.
We're not saying that it happened, Ahmad. It's a hypothetical.
The only reason I'm asking this question is because when I asked the same hypothetical to this other guy, he said yes, it is then justified to invade that country for having an emissary be deported. I just wanted to see if that was your position, because I didn't know if that was a standard position or not.
I don't think it's my position, but for a different reason though. Like I think if you want like the reasons for invasion of any other of countries is more nuanced than this. Like you don't just invade another country, not like Islamically or otherwise, not in 2025 or centuries ago. Like it's just like it doesn't happen that you like go and fight with other people and you like put both of your armies and resources like into wars just because like somebody like deported somebody else. It's just like this is not the case.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that like I agree.
Usually it's more nuanced than this. Like if you believe that your message should be spread and you want everybody to hear that message, and usually the other side sees the exact opposite. Like they see that your message is the abomination to their society, and they're willing to die for you not to like spread your message. And I'm saying, okay, and on the other side, Muslims would be willing to die to spread that message. You'll have a war then.
Okay, so and would the war be justified who's the right? So I mean, generally it's not always the case, but generally or sometimes in war, there's kind of like a righteous side. Maybe they're the ones being invaded, maybe they're the ones being attacked, and then there's the unrighteous, the non-righteous side, the invaders. In that case, you have one side that's like, yeah, we think that your message is horrible. We don't want anything to do with it. We were going to try to push you guys out as much as possible. And on the other side, you have the people who are trying to spread the message. We're going to do anything we can to make sure that you guys have this message. Is there any good guy there?
That's a good question. This is the morality question, right? This is like what's right and what's wrong, and who determines what's right and what's wrong.
Under your view, is there a good guy there?
Under my view, of course, I'm going to say like we are the good guys, right?
But what if it's not Islam that's the message? What if
what
it's not Islam that's the message?
And I'm still a Muslim, and you're asking me as a Muslim?
Well, I'm asking you. So I haven't given you any details about what the message being spread is. All I've given you is that there's one community that has one message that they want to spread, that they think is the most important message that anybody could ever hear, and another community that thinks that message is horrible and abominable. And that kind of tension leads to war, and it leads to the message spreaders to entering the territory of the message deniers and fighting them. Is there a good guy in that situation?
Yeah, me personally, I would investigate the message before I cast like my judgment.
It's
like, because let me give you an example. Like let me give you an example. It might not be like suitable, but this is the example that I have in mind right now. Let's say that there are like a minority group, and like in a specific country is subjugating them and murdering them, whatever, right? And then this is the case. Like, you want to go and free those people. It's like what happened with Moses and the Pharaoh, for example. And you want to go and free those people, actually. If you want to go and free those people, you're going to have war. And this war, I would think, is justified because the reason for it is justified.
Would you say that spreading democracy is a good example of that?
If you think that democracy is the righteous thing, then like, if I believe in it, I don't believe in it. And this is why, like, I would say that it's wrong. But if somebody who believes in democracy, the American way, for example, they would be okay with like bombing, 1 million Iraqi children, just like because like we need to teach them something about democracy. So we'd be okay with them.
So that's interesting.
If you're asking me personally, I wouldn't say it's okay. I would say that this is like.
So I'm actually quite fond of democracy, but I would also agree that that's not a good thing. That you shouldn't bomb children because you want to spread your ideals somewhere else. Right.
Yeah. At that point, you're basically just turning into Stalin.
It's interesting
or
that you say that
Bush.
You're not...
Like, you don't have to be Stalin. You could just like be George W. Bush.
You could be George W. Bush.
We agree. We agree. George Bush was horrendous. Yeah.
But we might disagree for the reasons why.
Well, listen.
We don't have to get into that, though.
He had to wage war against Gog and Magog. It's in the Bible. Come on.
I don't know what that is, but okay. Like, what's Gog and...
So
okay, I get it.
There's a famous war in the Bible.
Right, yeah, that's right.
It's an end times war.
And in Islam also, actually.
Yeah, and
in Islam also, we have the same...
George Bush is so intellectually bankrupt that he assumed everybody had his broken view of the Bible, and he even said to the prime minister, was it Cameron at the time? He said openly to Cameron that the war in the East needed to be had because Gog and Magog needed defeated, as if the British prime minister is going to know what the hell that idiot from Texas was talking about. It's embarrassing.
But unfortunately, and I've seen this a lot, actually, like a lot of the troops that fight on the ground, actually, they have these beliefs, a lot of them. And they actually, like, for them, it's not just like an order that came from a secular country. For them, it's a religious war. It's like it's like one of those like
well, yeah, that's because the U.S. is wildly religious, though, right?
Right.
Okay, so where does that leave us? Like, if you have this kind of like war waged against you, like what do you do then? You have to fight back, right?
Yeah, of course you do. If somebody's invading your home, of course you have the right to fight. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. But then they're calling you because, like, even like if you watch American movies, and I love American movies, if you watch the American movies, they paint you as a terrorist. for like, you know.
Oh yeah, no, it's atrocious. I mean, like there's a lot of like American imperialism that is basically just brown people bad, right?
Right.
Like basically,
Yeah.
basically American movies can be broken up into three categories: Russians bad, Germans bad, brown people bad. Right? Those are the three categories of American movie. We seem to be going back to the German
What about
people
Koreans?
bad and Russian people
The
bad.
Koreans, what about them?
They're not really well represented in American movies.
I think we're beyond that now.
In the 90s and early 2000s, it was always like, the terrorists are always brown people. But now we're going back to, the Russians, and we're seeing a little bit of like the German bad guys too, but that's not in vogue right now. Look, Ahmad, we probably should move on to another guest because you've been on. This is your third time.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, and sorry I couldn't bring you up the other night as well. I know.
No,
that you
you're
were in the
fine.
guest
You're fine.
box.
But as I said, like I would be very much interested because I want to know your like. Yeah, I can go very quickly like on it, just like to give you the chart or the diagram, and then you could talk to me about it like whenever you want, or I can like wait until like another opportunity comes.
Yeah, let's talk about
Like
it another time. Just because we probably
just like
should
want to
move
talk
on.
about the like my proof, like because we never actually got into like to finish that proof of God that I have. And I want both of your perspectives on it, and actually Ian's too. And also we could talk about morality because like I think this is like also like a very important topic. But I always like appreciate you guys like bringing me up. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks
Good
for
to
being
hear
here,
from
Ahmad.
Have a nice one. Bye.
Talk to you next time.
Mod is nice. Actually, even last time when he was up, when I pressed him really hard, he handled it pretty
You were
well.
so mean to him last time.
Well, I wanted to get him
For a second. I thought you were like George Bush's cousin and being like, Islam bad.
Well, I wanted to get him off of his talking points and actually talk about his religion, because I think that's what we're here for. But
yeah.
Anyways, Amir, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, would this work on a smaller scale? Like if the emissary comes out to my home door, I say no, thank you. They bust the door down to tell my kids this message.
That's a good question.
That's a really good question, Amir. I think if that happened, we would take action.
we would not be fond of that. I agree.
Thank you for that super chat. And Colin, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says it's frightening that anybody thinks it's okay to attack a country just because they don't believe in their God. Wow. Actually, to me, that's the hardest thing with Christianity and Islam is both religions, like the end goal is that the whole world is practicing this religion, right?
Right.
So if they didn't have that goal, if that wasn't like the modus operandi, then like no one would care. You see what I'm saying? But
yeah, it's like, I mean, and they're uniquely evangelical too. I mean, Mormons kind of, but they're an offshoot of Christianity. Most other, like the vast majority of other like religious traditions, not evangelical at all. They don't care if you believe in their stuff. They just want to do their thing, have their faith, have their traditions. Mm-hmm. And we can blame Christianity for that, really. And then I guess Islam kind of took the Christians' bait and ran with it.
And
like, it's just really bad.
I think it's unlikely, but I think there's still always the possibility that Zionism could be a force in the same vein, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Could be. It's more political than religious, though.
I agree.
Which makes it hard to put in the same vein.
Yeah, so Zionism to me doesn't seem to be rooted as much in religion. I agree. Christos,
I would say it's more akin to like a form of imperialism,
yes,
in that people will use religious traditions to justify it, but not necessarily. But it isn't itself a religion or like a religious tradition. Anyway, Christos.
Right. Christos, welcome in.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Is this Catholic M's or is this someone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I guess Ian isn't here today, so I don't really have any philosophical arguments, because like that's mostly what I'm about, So
mm-hmm.
You can ask philosophical, or you can make philosophical arguments. We're not incompetents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Sorry. No, that's not really what I'm saying. It's just like I guess I don't usually make arguments from. I like to try to make arguments according to the disposition of the person that I'm arguing against. So like if I knew more about his history or something, I'd make I guess a historical case for the resurrection, but against Justin. But I don't really do that. I guess that's why I don't usually engage too much with you guys when I come up here. Sorry.
How dare you? No, I'm kidding. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I
But
guess I do that.
but you requested up anyways, so you must really just want to spend time with us.
Which is, I get
Oh.
it. I mean, like, look at us, handsome devils.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I guess I did have some. I did have some like questions and like concerns. So yeah. Like I think Blitz has like a I just wanted to ask a question because I usually hear this on your lives whenever I'm like skimming past them. Like you make some mention of like the universe somehow being infinite, and I can't really wrap my head like spatially infinite. Like I don't really understand how that would work. The last time I've had it explained to me was in the context of like the universe somehow looping around itself or something like that. So like
That would be
I just wanted
finite,
to
not infinite. Yeah.
yeah
So, like,
I didn't really get that.
all you have to do to imagine, like, so let me give some context for those who don't know. So, roughly speaking, we measure that the universe is spatially flat. There's a technical language for that, but what it means is that the universe isn't curled up like a ball, and it's not kind of curled down like a Pringle. If you were to think of it as two-dimensional, it's not two-dimensional, but that's the idea. So when it's spatially flat, there's a few different options. You could have something that's it just goes on forever in all directions, or you could have that it's like rolled up like a donut, or more complicated donut-like things. So the version that you were talking about, where it's kind of like it just like repeats back to itself. If you go in one direction long enough, you end up back where you started. That would be like a donut. Think of just moving around on a donut. You always end up back where you started if you move in one direction long enough. But it's possible that it could go on forever in any direction without ever repeating back on itself. And the way to think about this is just think about the number line. You have, negative 3,422 and positive 9,688. And there's all of the numbers in between them. And then there's all of the numbers beyond them. And you could just imagine that you put a galaxy at every number, at every whole number. Well, then there's an infinite amount of galaxies. There's an infinite amount of stars and planets and stuff. They're just spread out throughout in an infinite universe. And that's at least, in fact, that's kind of the assumed behavior of our universe in most cosmological models because it's the simplest.
Oh man, I don't know. Like whenever I hear it, I always assume that like there's gonna be like there's that like the model is like oh like the universe like somehow is finite, but like it's really not. But I don't know.
No.
It's kind of yeah. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to hear that.
Well,
I naturally I can't.
let me ask you a
Yeah.
question, Christos. Are you of the opinion that God is omnipresent?
Oh, shit. Is the
yeah,
Elliot argument in
yeah.
chat? That's hilarious.
I know he crashes
Yeah,
out in my
yeah.
chat a lot.
He should come up. That'd be fun.
Okay, so if you believe that God is omnipresent, do you think that there's any place in which His presence is not?
No, I don't know.
So as far as I can tell, if God is omnipresent, that means there should be no edge of space.
I don't think that follows, by the way.
Well,
okay,
Yeah,
just to be clear, there is no cosmological model where the universe actually has an edge.
right.
Yeah.
So it's not even on the playing field.
An edge implies like there perhaps be something apart from it or something, or just an end.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is that, like, if God really is omnipresent, why would we think that there is an edge to the presence of God?
Oh, okay, yeah. So, just a quick thing to say. I don't really think that the spatial infinity of the universe really has any theological implications for me. But so just a quick mellow down. Um, from what I know about theology, the idea would be that created things have a sort of limited potential. Created things participate in being or existence, which is God, in a very limited way. So I participate in God in a limited way, and that's why I, according to my human nature, more specifically my human essence, have a limited form and a limited breadth which I can traverse. So yeah, that probably I don't know. Sorry, that was a That was just like some jargon, but I don't know. Also, I think I have a question for Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think I always like asking this question to like people who like I don't know like you like you're like a I don't know you went to college for like the Bible or something, right?
Say that again.
You went to college for like the Bible or something, I think.
Yeah, I studied the Bible professionally. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always like asking this question because obviously I am a Catholic, so I naturally believe that Christ rose from the dead. But like, I mean, given all the data that you know about the events surrounding the resurrection, I mean, like, what do you think? What do you personally think likely happened? Or it's fine if you just say like I don't really care. The Christian should prove the resurrection. But I don't know, I'm always very interested.
So my theory is pretty easy. I combine like stuff that I actually know happened in history with the apologia minimal witnesses theory. And it kind of goes like this. We know during the time period of Jesus, it was common for people to pretend that they rose from the dead, and many imposters were actually imprisoned by the Romans for doing this kind of behavior. In fact, they even had to put warning signs in graves not to steal bodies and things like that. I think one of the more famous ones is called the Nazareth inscription. But the long and short of it
Oh
is
yeah.
there's a really good test case for this, and that is the resurrection of Nero. So it was widely believed that Nero died when he went away in battle, but then actually resurrected from the dead and was going to come back and persecute the Jews and the Christians even more. And this mythology was so well believed that there was an imposter that went to the Parthians. So the Parthians were typically at war with Rome, but it turns out the Parthians loved Nero. So Nero had this. The Parthians were really into theater and really into music and really into play acting. And it just happened to be that Nero was into all of those things. So Nero would literally sneak away from the kingdom and go do plays and music and be on stage with the Parthians all the time. And so, but anyways, there was a guy that looked just like Nero that claimed to be the resurrected Nero and went to the Parthians. And he was so convincing that he convinced the Parthians to go to war against Rome, believing that the resurrected Nero was leading the charge and they were going to march into Rome, be victorious, and put the resurrected Nero back on the throne. It didn't work. They got decimated by the Romans. But the army at that point would have been, at least 20,000 strong. So it was enough to convince an army to go to war just because a guy looked like another guy. And the Romans actually. Mhm.
Just so I can maybe understand where this might be going, like, perhaps somebody who looked like Jesus, or who had convinced the disciples of of his being risen, or like maybe Peter saw somebody who kind of looked like Jesus from the back, in a crowd, and he just went and told the other disciples, uh,
So I think what
or
happened was there was at least one imposter that showed up to Mary Magdalene and to Peter at probably different occasions, which explains why he was even recognized. When Mary Magdalene encounters Jesus at the tomb, she doesn't recognize him, doesn't even recognize his voice, which would be odd for someone who spent the last 3 years sitting at the feet of this person and being a devoted follower to now not actually recognize him. And there's another narrative where Jesus is not recognized. And it seems to be kind of this trope, I guess you might call it, where the resurrected Jesus isn't actually recognized until he reveals it to his, to the people that were there. So to me, I think if this is rooted in any type of history, I would just say it seems likely that there was an imposter that showed up to one or two people, convinced them that they were the resurrected Jesus, and then pieced out, and then they told the rest. And in the ancient world, that's all you really needed. And
I guess that's
there's another example too of a guy named Aristeas who did something similar. Herodotus writes about Aristeas in book number 4. Essentially, he died in a fuller's shop. I think fuller is someone who does soapery, and he appears to multiple people after his body mysteriously goes missing. So these types of appearances are, I think, just pretty common, and it's kind of part of the folklore. And I think when you're a messianic movement and you really believe that your guy was supposed to be the guy, and he says he's going to die and come back, I think people are going to be eager to hop on that train with even the most minute amount of evidence.
Wait, okay, so I mean that's kind of that's probably the simplest but also funniest explanation I've heard of it. So like because I think the closest I've heard to this was like Jesus had a twin brother who that nobody knew about, and he just appeared to the disciples one day and then left or something similar to that.
Yeah, the Dudamus
But
theory.
like yeah, I guess hmm, man, I think I had a I had a question in mind, but it's just fluttered out of my mind. Um,
Wasn't his twin's name Brian?
bruh.
It was indeed. Sorry, if you know, you know.
Yeah,
If you know, you
yeah.
know.
Oh yeah. So yeah, you also like made like an offhand statement about so Jesus saying that he would die and come back again. Like, what do you believe that? Like, I know some people think that Jesus at least said that he would die during his lifetime, but not that he would resurrect. Like, I mean, do you affirm that he made some prediction or eschatological claim about him dying and then resurrecting? And then somebody else like hijacked that. Like, do you think that's something that the historical Jesus would have like said?
So that's my opinion, and I realize that when we're talking about the historical Jesus, we're making some conjecture because we don't know how much is actually historical. But I personally do think that Jesus was a historical figure, and I think it's likely that he saw himself as the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7. Now, I think Daniel chapter 7 is about Michael the archangel, and I think it's pretty clear if you read all of Daniel. However, if you think that Jesus is the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7, then he has to die first. There's no way for you to fulfill Daniel chapter 7 unless you die first.
Oh
Because
man,
in Daniel chapter 7, he's coming riding on the clouds essentially with Yahweh, and Yahweh hands over the kingdom to this figure, which means either the figure is an angel, one of the princes, or it's somebody who was human that was elevated to that status after their death, similar to Enoch. They believed Enoch was the angel Metatron.
man, I guess
I
that's
prefer Optimus Prime.
yeah. Oh, I don't know. That is kind of a. I guess you have a very interesting approach to it. Like, I can't remember between who, but like there were these two lot who were arguing about the resurrection, and this one atheist scholar, he says that yeah, he believes that Jesus claimed that he would die, during his lifetime, because obviously John the Baptist had just died, and he probably had some imminent view of his own reposal around the time of the Passover, but not that he claimed that he would resurrect. And I guess the response from the Christian would have been that well, I mean, the resurrection claims are so intimately bound up with his claims of with his claims that he would die, that it just seems very unlikely that it was later superimposed. But I guess that's man, yeah, I'll probably have to think more about that view. I don't know, maybe
Right.
I'll end up an atheist by tonight or something.
Well, I do know
Yeah.
this too. So, for example, the problem, and this is what Mike Lacona and William Lane Craig will do, is they'll say, listen, as long as we hold on to the idea that Jesus rose from the dead, it doesn't matter what the Bible says. He must be who he said he was. But the reality is, we don't really know if that is the case. But let's pretend it was. Let's pretend that he rose from the dead. It doesn't make the problems of the Bible go away, because the Bible still says the Messiah is going to do a whole bunch of stuff that he never did. Jesus still made claims about the Bible that are not true. right?
Yeah, so this is actually kind of I've been kind of thinking about this for a bit because I mean I think about it in a bit of a different way, which is like um well, even if he did resurrect, how would we like okay, how would we know that like God did it, you know?
Right.
Because I guess looking back at the ancient world, I guess miracles were like people thought that miracles were happening. I just, don't live close enough to where it's happening to see it. So I don't know, people wouldn't really have been convinced too much that that the claims you were making were true just by you doing miracles. And I don't know. I've been trying to. That's something I've been thinking about more recently. But
Right. And even
I guess yeah.
Vespasian, so according to history, right, according to Tacitus and
Yeah, I heard
Suetonius,
about that.
Vespasian healed a man who was blind by putting spit in his eyes using the power of Serapis. Oh, hold on a second. I just got a
Yeah,
warning on the live stream. It says, warning, this behavior is not in line with our policies and may result in gifting suspension. Reason is
what?
reproduced content. What? It's not reproduced content. I swear to God,
You should
TikTok
go.
is a hellscape.
You're on the wrong live account anyway.
I can't log into the other account because every time I log
Oh,
in,
because
it
freaking
makes
Ian.
me do the two-factor authentication. I know.
It says it may. This isn't reproduced content. It's OG.
I know. TikTok's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Oh, well.
Maybe Christos sounds too much. No, you know what? It is reproduced content because Christos is just M's in disguise.
That's what it is.
I've been hearing this recently, guys. I just have I have an internal problem with my like esophagus recently. So like, I've been hearing this. I've been hearing this so
Look,
much.
it's not a bad thing. You guys just sound a lot alike.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think so. M's voice sounds very freaky. It sounds cool but very freaky. Like
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I apologize. I didn't know it was a medical condition. I'll stop saying it.
Your voice
Oh,
sounds
well,
great. But listen,
yeah.
Christos, we got a guest waiting to get in that we haven't talked to yet, so I think we're gonna try to get to the next guest. But thanks for coming up and talking with us.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, appreciated it.
Yeah, come back and get in soon, okay?
All right.
All right, cheers.
So, by the way, just for the comments who say that we are both just very advanced AI, I'll have you know, beep boop.
Definitely beep boop. Zachary, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, "What's the number to call?" It's not a number. It's a link. Zachary, it's a link.
Although
on
we
the
should
screen.
we should actually at some point we should get a number set up. To be honest,
We could. It wouldn't be hard. We can do a Google Voice.
No,
number.
it really wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll look into
Yeah,
that.
we should maybe this summer we can figure it out.
Yeah, it's not hard at all. We can make it happen. And Dr. Joe, good to see you, friend. Guys, make sure you're following our friend Dr. Joe. She says, "What a sad reality for the U.S. that George W. McCain Romney would be preferred to current context." Actually, that's such a good point. So I saw George Bush make an appearance recently, and people cheered for him, and I was like, "Yeah, I guess if we're looking back on history, it seems like he would have been better than Trump, which is really weird. It's a hard thing to say because he was better.
He would have been better for the U.S. than Trump. No,
Right.
actually. So I mean, George W. did have a penchant for invading and dropping bombs. So not good in that regard, but so does Trump, for that matter. The whole signal chat thing was about bombing Yemen. So,
Right. Man, it what a crazy world. I remember. Thank you for the super chat, Dr. Joe. I remember after the Bush years, I thought to myself, thank goodness that's over. Hopefully we learned.
yeah,
a
we
lesson.
made it through.
We'll never
Yeah,
make
right.
that mistake again. Now it's even worse. Oh boy. All right, we've got Hugh with us. How you doing, Hugh?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
hear
can.
ya.
Nice.
What religion do you have?
I am an Orthodox Christian. What about you guys? What is your thought? Are you strict natural atheists? Are you Platonists? Like what What do you believe? What position?
I'm some kind of atheist. I'm some sort of physicalist or something like that.
Okay.
Justin?
Well, I'm an atheist. I'm a agnostic atheist. I don't think that all God concepts are impossible, but I don't see any reason to believe any of them.
So you wouldn't say you. So I guess the meat of the question I really want to get into here is: do you believe in a, every faculty you have as a being is a product of what, evolution, or like, how did it come to be that your mind is currently working right now and on a live stream?
Just like you described, evolution.
Okay. All right. So does that mean that like you have a concept of free will or any type of decision-making matrix that allows you to construct a sentence? Or do you think that that is just a play out of chemicals in your brain that just make your mouth make noises?
I think that generally those are not necessarily incompatible. So you can have a decision-making apparatus that is chemical in nature. And
Okay.
so I am a determinist. I think that compatibilism is just redefining words, and I think that free will or libertarian free will is silly. But even being a determinist, I still think it's fine to say that there are decision-making mechanisms. They're just it's just the outcome of the decision-making mechanism is determined by the input, which is not so surprising.
So give me an example of what you mean by input.
Yeah, like environmental factors, like or sense data even would be an input.
Okay. So only sense data allows us to make decisions.
No, I wouldn't say that's the only factor. Sense data, memories, genetics, fluctuations in the weather. Like the brain is very, very complicated, and there's in principle like millions or billions of inputs for any given decision that's made.
Okay, so can me and you come to make the same decision in like the example of if we both see 2 + 2 = 4? If we're doing math.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
We can come to the same decision.
So
sure.
are our minds universal, or are they finite and particular to us?
I would certainly say that they're finite in particular. Justin?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not aware that my brain existed outside of my brain.
I'm saying like the concept in that example of math, like even when I say 2, concept of 2 is universal between both of our brains, which are finite and particular.
So I'm a nominalist. I don't know Justin's position.
Yeah, so I don't believe in anything transcendental.
Nothing?
Not a single thing, no.
So like time?
Nope.
You don't believe in time as a concept, as a transcendental category? How can you have a
That's not
sentence
what transcendental means, though.
Hugh, by the way,
No,
your
the sentence has
connection is a little
start and
bit.
an
Hugh, your connection's a little bit bad. I don't know if
hold
your
on.
Wi-Fi's going in and out.
Maybe. Let me know. Just yodel when I cut out. All right.
Okay.
Sure. So I wouldn't say
Is
that
it all right?
time. I wouldn't
Tell me.
say that time is transcendental. But do you think numbers are
So
transcendental?
hold up. Hold on. I want to go back to the time. I'll do numbers quick. But yeah, I would say the concept of 2 is a universal category that I have access to.
Okay, and who decided that it was a category?
Who decided that it was a cat? Well, on the inverse, if I don't think that numbers are real, then I mean that kind of pulls a lot of wind out of sails for anything like math or physics.
Yeah, but who decided that it was a category?
The contrary.
Disagree.
The contrary of numbers not being real would be.
It's almost like he
impossible
can't
or
answer a
irrational.
question.
And
Hugh, who
will.
decided what the categories were?
Who? Me, I mean, what do you mean for transcendentals? You want like the classic list, or do you want my
I said
definition?
Who decided what these transcendental categories are?
I don't know. Enlighten me.
Human beings did. Okay, so they're a product of humans describing the way the universe works.
So is math invented then?
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
As somebody who works in a mathematics department, absolutely.
Yeah, you're talking to
Okay, so
a
are there
physicist and an engineer. Yeah, math was invented.
Yeah.
Some people
So
would call me a mathematician, depending on who you ask.
I would. Shit,
So-
you do circles around me in math.
so for the example of math being invented, so we invented 2 + 2 = 4.
We invented
your
all
world.
of those concepts. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And why did we agree that mathematical concepts give the answers that they do? Is it just because we all agree on them, or
It's a
why
game.
is it-
We invented the game. The game happens to be useful for describing the universe around us, but we invented the game. We invented what the symbols mean. And just like how if you combine the chess pieces on a chessboard in the right way, that means that you have a checkmate. When you combine the pieces of 2 and plus and equals and 4, that means you have an equality. 2 + 2 = 4. It's a game that has rules, and that's one of the rules.
Okay. Could we change the rules to make 2 + 2 = 5 if we wanted to?
Absolutely. People study this kind of stuff all the time. They're called non-standard axiomatic systems, non-standard arithmetic. People do it all the time.
Okay. And how exactly would that, pan out in your worldview? I'm just curious here.
It would work. It would work beautifully. In fact, you do it.
If math doesn't relate in that example to what would if I have 4 things, individual concepts, and I add them together and get 4, and I look at it and say it's 5, that's totally acceptable in your worldview?
Well, then you and I just wouldn't agree on what we mean by 4 and 5 and 2 and things like that, right?
Right. You're just
Because
defining.
you said math.
You're just defining what those numbers
But you-
mean, and you're welcome to use a numbering system that is non-standard.
Okay.
So let me give you an example of an alternative counting
hold on,
system.
I have one really quick. So how would math explain the external world if we can just change the rules and make it to be whatever we want?
It describes the natural world in the same way that, natural English language, say, might describe a rose as red and beautiful and spiky. Mathematics describes the world in a similar way. It's not prescribing the world. It's not governing the world. It's a language we made up to describe the things we see. But let me give you an example of non-standard arithmetic.
So how do you?
Hold on. So let me give you a quick example just so you can see what I mean. Let's say it's 10 o'clock in the morning, or what time is it right now, Justin? Where you are?
11:25.
11:30. So it's 11:25. All right. What is 11:25 plus 2 hours?
11:25 plus 2 hours. That'd be about noon 30.
All right. It would be 1:30. 2 hours, not 1 hour. It would be 1:30,
it's
right?
10:30 here. It's 10:30 here. My bad.
Okay. What's 3 out? What's 10:30 plus 3 hours?
Okay, that would be about 1:30.
Right. So are you telling me that 10 plus 3 is 1?
Well, I mean, depends. You want to switch it to 24-hour time, and we can do it that way, or what?
Okay. So then what is 10:30 plus 23 hours?
10:30. Well, that'd be the next day. You'd have to kind of factor that in too.
Yeah. What's the time though?
The time. Well, wait. You said 10:30 plus
23 hours. Yeah. 23 hours.
Oh, it'd be 9:30.
Right. So 10 plus
yeah,
23 is
9:30.
9.
Right, but you guys don't think time is real, so why does it matter if the math?
To
matters?
be clear,
We
to
do
be
think
clear,
it's real.
That's a deflection. My point is that we use non-standard arithmetic all the time, literally all the time, right? That's an example of modular arithmetic, which is non-standard.
But even in that example of math, it would explain a natural phenomenon, time, which is real.
No, this is the thing it's describing, the time on a clock, is not a natural phenomenon. It's a thing we invented. You think that 4 o'clock p.m. is something that exists out there in the universe, independent of humans?
Like the instant that I exist at 4 p.m. today.
Right, but that's not what we're
late-
talking about. We're talking about how we describe time, how we describe what time it is, and that uses modular arithmetic rather than standard arithmetic.
That assumes that the external world is real.
I agree that the external world is real.
I mean, do you?
Yes.
Do you believe the external world is not real?
That. No, I do. I believe it's real.
Okay, so
Then we agree.
So there's no point in doing the hard solipsism debate unless you just want to waste everyone's time.
No, that matters. How do you know that the external world is real? I want to hear your
the same way you know it.
For that. Well, what's that? Because mine was obviously different.
Because we're experiencing it.
So you can only know things you experience?
No, that's not what he said.
You can know what other people experience too.
How?
So this is
You gotta ask them.
this is what I know, Hugh, about the solipsism debate. Phil Bros only run to this debate when they've run out of actual intellectual points to make. Do you really want to have an argument about hard solipsism? Do you want to have an argument about substance?
Well, you're assuming all these values
Because
things in the external world. I just want to know
Hugh,
your account.
the reality is you can't prove that you're not
find them.
you can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat either. You have no
Yeah, I can't.
you have no further
I can, because that would
you
make,
have no
that would
further
make the possibility of knowledge impossible.
You have no further recourse than we do to prove that you're not a brain in a vat.
So here's the thing. I knew that this was going to be a precept. Of course, it's precept.
It always leads to precept because it's all they have. They have
always
nothing.
leads back to precept.
Because they can't.
Some people will try to argue with evidence, right?
They can't have an argument. They can't actually have an evidence based on their religion, their book, and their actual view of the world. They have to go to precept.
So let's hear the precept then. Let's hear the
just
claim.
give us P1.
So in my view, if everything was the evil demon, whatever, deception, if everything I see is just a lie, or I live in a simulation, or any type of decision or word that I say is just a byproduct of chemical reactions in my brain, any knowledge I come to have isn't actually my own. All it is just kind of it's just the happenstance that I am like a biological machine that comes to say it out loud. And it's not actually any of my own free will. It's not any type of decision.
Okay, now what's the second premise?
So therefore,
I didn't even hear a first premise in there.
The first premise is that, if he's a brain in a vat, then there is no knowledge.
Yeah, and since I'm able to have a argument when use sentences where I have access to things like value statements and time, if this conversation actually does matter, and I believe that it does, then this is not a byproduct of any deception that I'm a brain in the jar.
I disagree with premise number one already, though.
And premise two can be dismissed by just being a solipsist. Just saying, no, it actually doesn't matter. How can you defend that? How can you prove that it does matter?
Well, I'm using a sentence. I'm using terms that have values associated to them. If I'm describing math, if I'm describing even the start and the end of the sentence is a denotion of time. So if I can't give an account for that, or everything I say in that period of time is just a pre-programming from some computer, and I'm just a bit in a bot, it doesn't matter, and none of the opinions or facts that you might know are actually true anyway.
It not mattering, or you being deceived that it's true even if it's not true, that's how do you prove that that's actually the case, that's not the case?
So I guess just flush out your side for me more, because I'm actually having a good time with this discussion.
Okay. Well, so to be clear, you're not defending premise one or premise two of the
I've been yapping. I want to hear your premise one and premise two.
So here's my premise one. If so I'll be quick, Justin. Sorry. If I'm a brain in a vat, then the external world doesn't exist. The external world does exist, therefore I'm not a brain in a vat. There you go.
Right. Cool.
It's modus tollens.
So that's based off sense data, that your evidence for that premise in that example.
Nope.
Okay. Interesting. Brain in the vat. All right. Justin?
Well, I just disagree with your first premise. I think even if you are a brain in the vat, you can have knowledge. The question is whether or not your knowledge is real or invented, and I would appeal to Plato's cave. You can have knowledge about things that might not even be real, but it's real to you. So being a brain in a vat doesn't say anything about whether or not you have the capacity to know things that are true. I mean, to know things. Yeah. So to know things whether they're true or not. You can know things that are just not true.
We have to clarify. When you say knowledge, Hugh, do you mean knowledge in the sense of justified true belief, or do you mean just some belief or some position that you accept as true, even if it may not be?
Well, I guess for us, we would describe knowledge as a energy of the essence. So
Okay, can you say that without being a Thomistic jargon dump?
No, it's not Thomistic.
The energy of the
I'm just making
essence.
fun of Thomists. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of Thomists.
Do not bring those Thomists and compare them to me. All right, I'm not.
Well,
a fan of those
you
people
sound as
either.
jargon heavy and as nonsensical as Thomists, so do better.
No.
Explain
No.
without using energy in the wrong way and using essence in a nonsensical way, please.
So the first thing that I know is that I have to have the account for my paradigm in order to believe anything that follows. So I would have to say, for me, the number one most true thing that I know is that I am, I believe in God, and then everything else follows. So
do you reject the cogito?
The cogito?
Yeah, Descartes, cogito ergo sum.
Is that the? Sorry.
I think, therefore I am. Do you reject that?
Well, I would say that even before I have to give an account for how I'm able to think. So no, but not necessarily.
So you think that there's you think that you could not know that?
I would say that the first thing that I need to have is divine telos in my worldview, and then I'm able to observe the outside world, and then I'm able to know that I think, therefore I am. So that would kind of be my approach to that.
The cogito doesn't depend on external world at all. In fact, it's like transcendentally true. Like if you like transcendentals, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, is like definite. It's almost analytically true.
Yeah, right? I don't need to import a Renaissance idea into the Orthodox worldview. That's not kind of what I want.
What I'm saying is that observing that you yourself exist seems prior to any belief or any it doesn't seem like that requires divine telos at all.
No, I would say that it does, because if I am making a statement about myself as an entity, I would have to assume a lot of other things. And then if I'm going to bring
don't. Just making a statement itself about I means that I exists.
Well, I have to think that statement matters and has some kind of truth to it. So I have to give an account for truth and how truth is possible. So I would reflect back on saying there's an absolute necessity for telos.
Well, no, I mean, I think that you're just kind of missing this one, because like the statement I think, therefore I am, all it boils down to is the process of thinking implies that there's a thinker. That's it.
Yeah, but that's a statement on a thing in reality. So I have to give an account for
maybe
possible.
But not. No. But all you need is an account of an ontology for yourself. It doesn't require anything else.
But you're also smuggling in a weird idea that there's something that has to make true things possible. Why is that the case? Why does truth need an arbiter of what is true?
Because if truth doesn't have a grounding in some type of divine telos, then there's no purpose for it, and truth isn't real.
Well, truth doesn't have a purpose. Truth is just whether or not something is true to reality, whether or not when we make an observation and we make a claim about that observation, whether or not it matches reality. Like nothing has to make the true thing be true. It's just true by definition.
Yeah, but that assumes reality being real and not a deception of your mind.
But again, you don't have a solution for hard solipsism, and neither do we. Nobody will ever have a solution to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're not a brain in a vat. So appealing to hard solipsism is always a losing argument, because you have the same flaw we have in that argument. So
I would say
as a dry well.
I have a problem with solipsism, because if I'm having a conversation, so if that were true, do you think that your words matter?
If we were brains in a vat?
No, in your worldview, do your words matter to you?
I think they matter to me. I think they matter to people around me.
Should they matter to me if we're assuming a debate?
Yeah, if you want to know what things are real, what things are true, then everybody's words matters to everybody, right? So if we're all having a dialogue about what is real, then yeah, all of our words matter.
Yeah,
but we could all be deceived. We could all be deceived about whether they actually matter in actuality, right?
Yeah, and that's
why be deceived about that.
I do assign value to truth. I do. It's
I
important.
know you do. We
I-
agree. We think truth is valuable, which brings me back to the question that you've already dodged, which is why does something being true need an external force allowing true to be true?
Because who determines truth if not for God? What would be your
Truth-
standard? I guess.
Truth is not some transcendental thing. It's a property of sentences.
Right.
So, like, is it just because we all agree on it? It's true.
Truth is a description. We invented the word. When we say something's true, it's when the proposition matches reality. We just call that true. It's not something that exists transcendentally that needs to be held together.
Why not?
Why would it? It's just
Well,
it's just a concept.
Can you provide a justification for it?
So, I mean,
For why
yeah.
it needs it?
I guess my question, and this is more of a, I don't really know a whole lot of the contention on this, and if we can flush it out more and just talk back and forth, I'd really enjoy that. But
Sure.
so if truth isn't determined by anything absolute in reality or past reality, and it's just something we all agree on, truth can be whatever we want it to be. And
Truth is a word used to describe a
well,
property. That's all.
comparing it to reality assumes that reality is actually real and not a deception of your own mind. So
yeah.
if you're gonna make
So
a
again, Hugh, just going
You're-
back to the dry well of hard solipsism is a losing debate tactic every single time. You'll
Dude, go ahead.
never win a debate by appealing to hard solipsism because you can't prove that you're not a brain in the vat any more than we can. So stop going back to that. All you're doing is
No,
wasting your time.
I absolutely
all you're
know that-
doing is wasting your time and wasting everybody else's time. Every time we bring up a real issue to talk about and you run away to hard solipsism, you're cutting the knees out of your own argument at the same time. So the question that Dr. Blitz and I are trying to get to the bottom of, which is why do we need something to allow true things to be true? Because the idea of something being true is just a description. Like if I say I'm holding a pen and everyone sees I'm holding a pen, we just describe that statement as being true because it seems to correspond with reality. But truth itself
And it
is
could
not
be
a
wrong.
I could be wrong. Yeah, truth itself is not a transcendental thing that exists. It's just a description of how we are perceiving reality. Do you understand where we're coming from here?
Yeah, you're saying that the basis for truth is reality.
Well, that's not my claim. I don't think that there's. I don't even know what that means. The basis for truth. Look,
Okay, so
there are propositions.
I would say that because of whatever statement you make, the word truth is compared to the immediate reality. Would that be fair to say for you?
That is one way to determine whether a proposition is true or false.
In your world,
Right.
Yeah, sure.
So-
I mean, that's not the only way. Like, you could also use like deduction from like abstract reasoning. You can determine truth in other ways, like analytical truths and so on. But the point is that truth, at least in my view, and I think in Justin's view, truth is a property of propositions. It's not something that exists independently of humans.
it's a property of propositions. Okay. All right. Well, you guys want to pick a new topic? Because this is pretty fun, but I think I might have ran out of gas mentally on this.
Yeah,
Sure.
we got you there.
How old do you think the Earth is?
We'll pick, huh?
How old do you think the Earth is?
How old do I think the Earth is? I don't know. It's pretty old, I'm sure.
More or less than 10,000 years?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. Do you think that a flood happened?
A flood,
A great
probably.
flood, even. A worldwide flood, even.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think that the world was created in as described in Genesis 1?
I don't see why it wouldn't be. If a supremely powerful being can exist, then he does. So.
Okay. So when we
Does that
point out
logic-
that
Does that
is
statement
it logically?
No,
Is it
what
logically
I said,
possible?
if a supremely powerful being can exist, he does. Does that logically follow?
No.
Why?
Possibility doesn't imply necessity.
Why? If he's supremely powerful and he can exist, he does.
Supremely powerful doesn't imply necessity.
Well, there's necessity in the Trinity. It doesn't need a created world to be.
No, there's not necessity in the Trinity.
As
Why
you've
not?
described this being, unless you're smuggling in necessity in your definition of supremely powerful, like
creation-
Thanos is supremely powerful, but he doesn't necessarily exist.
creation isn't a necessity for God in the Trinitarian model.
Wait, is Thanos supremely powerful?
I don't know, dude. Thanos is a Marvel character, bro.
He
Is
seems
he supremely powerful when he has the six Infinity Stones? Is he supremely powerful?
I haven't watched Avengers, dude. I can't tell
Okay,
you.
well, he is supremely powerful because he can just snap his fingers and anything he wants happens. Does that mean that he necessarily exists?
That'd be Thanos.
Okay, he exists in time. Is he under the influence of time and space since he is a being?
No, he has the time stone. He's not subject to time.
Oh, okay. So in your worldview, what gives you access to matter, space, and time? If
What
you're
gives
not
me access to it? I
Yeah,
mean, I
you
live in it.
you need the stone.
I'm made of matter.
And
You
here
need the
comes
stones
the
to
burden
understand
shift. Or here comes the let's not actually
look-
discuss the actual topic. Let's
Yeah.
keep moving away from it.
No, let's move away from philosophy and talk about Marvel movies.
You
not-
wanted to change the topic away from precept, so I asked you whether
I
you
wanted,
think
I
that
wanted
the world
to
was
change the
created
topic
in.
away from truth. I want to talk about something else like logic or time, something, but not go into this whole dissect hermeneutics.
So Blitz brought up a topic. I want to hear where the conversation goes. Can you continue, Blitz?
All right, let's go.
I mean, so you do believe that the world was created as described in Genesis 1?
Me, yes.
Okay.
But I feel
And-
but to clarify, in my position, you can't just purely read out of the Bible and know that, like, whatever conclusion you're coming to through Protestant Western.
Yeah, I know
worldview
because
is-
you're an ortho bro, and you can't know what words mean unless you have the Holy Spirit, right?
Well, no, I
question.
can't have meaning unless there is an actual meaning and referent and a
Right.
universal
So words have
way
no
of word.
meanings
Yeah, okay,
unless
so
a
question.
mystical spirit is giving you the meaning of the words. I know.
So question, what day were flying creatures made on?
I don't know, Pastor, enlighten me.
I think it's like the 4th day, right, Justin?
I don't know. I mean, we can pull it up if you want to read
It's either
it.
the 4th or the 5th day. It was the birds of the fish of the sea and the birds of the sky, or something like that, or the flying creatures
Should be
of the
day
sky.
number 5 because
It's
day
like-
number 4, the sun, moon,
Okay.
stars was created, right?
Right. Okay, so day number 5. Day number 5. So you believe that on day number 5, whatever day might mean, maybe it's 1,000 years, whatever. On day number 5, fish and then swimming things and birds and flying things were created. That's what it says in Genesis 1. Do you agree with that?
Is that your interpretation of it?
That's just what the words say.
We can
Like,
read
the
it word
words
for
say,
word.
and on the
How do
5th
you know?
day-
So do you believe the word that's in the Bible? Then
No,
If you're
we
gonna-
I'm
don't.
asking you under your worldview. I'm doing an internal critique here, so I'm asking you what
Yeah.
you believe.
What do I believe? I think
Yeah.
that.
Do you believe that on the 5th day, God created the fish and the birds?
in my paradigm, yes.
Okay. And now, do you believe that on the 6th day, God created land animals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So do you believe that God created birds before land animals?
I don't know. What's the date of God? Can you define that for me?
Well, so I imagine that. Oh, sorry. Let me back up one more step. Do you believe that 5 is smaller than 6?
I can decide whatever I want it to be. Math.
Well,
is
no.
a game.
I'm asking you under your worldview. Do you think that 5 is smaller than 6?
But yeah, sure.
Okay. So is the 5th day before the 6th day?
I don't know, dude. You're appealing to this thing called Chronos.
You
and
don't
another-
know
I'm appealing to your worldview.
if 5 comes
So
before 6.
Here's the problem: if we go back and forth arguing about
Here
days
comes-
and what it says.
Here comes the crash out. So, Hugh, I know you really want to run away from the argument by giving another argument unrelated to what Dr. Blitz is saying. This is not about
It's a very simple question.
yeah, this is not about the definition of the word yom. That's not what we're talking about. Dr. Blitz is merely asking you if day number
In order of
5
events.
precedes day number 6. We're not asking you how long the word yom means.
I'm not asking you to go through the interlinear for me, and I'm not asking
So,
you to import every
did-
reading of Genesis you're saying.
I'm
Did-
asking under
I
your
can-
worldview,
Did
Hugh.
day number
Yeah,
5 come
I can
before
de-
day number 6,
okay.
Hugh?
My contention is that number one, yes, the events in Genesis describe the creation of the world or reality.
In
or-
the correct order.
okay,
Is
and then
that
the
what- is
second
that your
part
view?
is that yes, the second
Okay.
part of the explanation and your hermeneutic, which I think is flawed and kind of
He hasn't given you a hermeneutic yet, Hugh.
is-
He's asking
this is
you.
he's reading.
He's asking you. He's asking
I'm
you
asking you what your worldview is.
questions about
Yeah,
your
so
worldview.
The
There's no
problem with
hermeneutics involved here.
The problem with reading this is that there are two concepts for time in the Orthodox
Why do
worldview.
Phil bros get so like butthurt when you read
Wait.
the book to them?
Just
Because
like I
okay,
want your
the reason why
worldview. Did
people
day 5
get-
happen
Hugh,
before day 6?
Did day 5
Yes.
happen before? Okay, that's all
Okay,
we need to
great.
know.
Yeah,
All right,
Okay.
sure.
next
so
point.
under your worldview, birds existed before land animals.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it does.
That was a question. Okay. Why then did birds not exist until after land animals existed?
How do you know
Why is that an absurd feature of reality?
How do you know that evolution is true? Because there's no
That wasn't
part
the evolution has nothing to
Yeah.
do with my question.
Well, I'm assuming it does because you're gonna probably bring up that
Doesn't have anything to do with it.
They crawled out of the ground, they crawled out of the ocean, they grew wings, they flew around later on.
He's trying
in the
so
wrong-
hard to get ahead of your argument. He has no idea what it is.
All I'm saying is that we see the bones of land animals before we see the bones of flying animals. That's all.
Okay, all right, sure, you got me.
Do you okay? So oh, okay, great. Welcome to atheism. I'm glad we agree that I've gotten you.
Yeah.
The
have
reason-
you have you actually read the Bible, Hugh?
Yeah, I have. Yep.
Do you think that the
What's
Bible?
your favorite verse?
No, I do know why people get so fired up about this, and at least from my approach to debating, you know,
Yeah, you want
I
to
guess
avoid the
more
Bible at all costs. I bet.
I just think it's disingenuous to me to try to represent what I believe, because the problem with I'm a member of the laity, and I don't think it's fair to read the Bible without the total, paradigm understanding of what Orthodox Christianity is. So I think even before we read the Bible, we have to address things like logic, time, value statements, morality, the possibility
I
of
disagree.
the world, all that stuff.
Question.
All that stuff as a paradigm has to be addressed first. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah, of course.
Then
of
we
course.
can go on through that and then read the Bible and then say,
Of course.
we don't think that Saint Mary of Egypt really lived in the desert, because how would she do
Yeah,
that?
yeah, of course.
Like-
Of course. Hugh, do you have a PhD in philosophy?
Huh? No, I don't.
Do you? Okay, so you're a member of the laity when it comes to philosophy as well, right?
I don't know. Is there a priest class in the philosophers era?
It was just
Or
yes or no.
philosophy?
It was just are you a lay philosopher or are you a professional philosopher?
I mean, what's the difference? Go and explain that for
A
me.
professional philosopher would be somebody who does philosophy professionally, as in it is their
Okay.
job.
Can they
It
be
is their field of expertise from years of study that they've demonstrated academically or scholarly.
Is there a synodal community that dictates what?
That wasn't my question.
I mean, yeah, it is. 'Cause you
The
asked
amount
me-
of
No, it's not.
pivots is next level. Like he's incapable of having an honest dialogue without endless pivots because he's terrified of where the conversation might lead.
No, I have a problem with you asking me if I'm laity in philosophy and comparing
Mm-hmm.
that to the laity and the priesthood in my religion, when our priesthood is synodal and they are all in agreement on one thing. And you bring up an example of a professional philosopher, and as far as I'm concerned, their whole job is to debate other people who have different views than them. So
Yeah, the
but-
first part of their job is to be educated on the subject.
Right. By and large, do you think professional philosophers are theists or non-theists?
they're non-theist.
Interesting.
So so in the same way that you defer to the I don't know, what was the word that you used? You defer to the priesthood for
Yeah,
your theological claims. Why do you
Right.
not defer to the philosophical priesthood, if you will, for your philosophical claims?
Because all those people still disagree with each other about.
And you
many-
don't think that Christians disagree with each other, even professional Christians who are part of the priesthood.
Okay, not Orthodox Christians.
You don't think Orthodox Christians ever disagree with any other Orthodox Christians?
Yeah, not if you look at the history of the synods and the ecumenical councils. No, the Eastern Orthodox Church is not in disagreement about any type of theological statement.
I've read the
Okay,
notes
so there's
from
no
the
debate?
synods, and they are literally debating and arguing. That's half of what they're doing.
And the people who
So
fall away
do
or
you-
believe
do
something
you know
wrong.
do you know how how they come up with official rulings from the synods?
the synods? It's assembly and then stage of argument, debate, and then a
Yeah.
consensus.
Yeah, there you go.
So they do it.
Argument, debate, and then the majority opinion wins out. It's not that the Holy Spirit comes down and gives everybody revelation.
It's not the majority opinion. The people who are
is.
wrong need to change their mind. If
They don't.
you have like the Coptic Orthodox who continue to hold to a wrong position and they become a different.
They excommunicated and anathemaed people that disagreed with the rulings.
Right. Like even with the West.
So you get kicked out. They kick you out if you don't agree with them. That's not the work of the Holy Spirit. That's the work of men.
That sounds like it's worse than what philosophers do. Philosophers will let you continue to be a philosopher even if you disagree with the consensus.
Okay, so a philosopher.
It just seems like bad practice if you're trying to be intellectually honest, if you will.
Well, I don't understand how you could say that, because how philosophy relies on the fact that you have.
He's gonna do it again.
He is.
You have your no. I'll try to not do it again.
Okay.
So, comparing my synodal church to a, I guess, more academic, collegiate structure. Well, I guess no. You can say the synodal colleges are fairly same structured, similar, I guess, in form. But to say that the philosophers who are total sophists and then the ones who are, say, strict naturalist atheists, like the category of naturalistic atheist to sophist, that's what's the important part. Like, you can describe Christians as a group or body of people, but to me, the heterodoxy of the other groups, they kind of lose the term to be called Christian, I guess. So would you be okay if I just started calling any philosopher? Would you be okay if the academic consensus, I guess, started just saying, well, if you're not an atheist philosopher, we're just going to strip you of your philosopher title. You just don't get to be a philosopher anymore. Would that be a reasonable thing to do? And then would you then accept the secular atheist philosophical consensus, and you would stop doing philosophy otherwise? I mean, maybe if there was 2,000 years ago, there was the philosopher who walked around and told everybody, this is the philosophy. And then, everything came after that. Like, we wouldn't say like Mormons or like Jehovah's Witnesses are Christians. And I think that's fair to say, because the difference is just so stark.
So the reason this whole conversation, or this part of the conversation, started was because you say that you're not equipped to do the analysis of the text because you have to rely on the priesthood. And I was asking, well, if you're a layperson with regards to the text, and so you have to rely on the priesthood for the interpretation and the correct understanding of the text from the, from on high or whatever, it seems like you doing consistent reasoning would lead you to conclude that you are also a layperson with regard to philosophy, and you should take the same approach. You seem to disagree. What is this main source of disagreement there? Is it that the philosophers are more welcoming of disagreeing opinions, or?
No, there's just not a category of laity and priesthood in philosophy. I think
there is a category of layperson. You are a layperson when compared with academic philosophers. Absolutely. You are considered a layperson with respect to electrical engineering, I assume. You're considered a layperson with respect to physics, with respect to mathematics. You are a layperson in that respect, in all of those respects.
No, dude, the concept of laity doesn't exist outside of what I'm describing as my
layperson. Absolutely does exist. There are maybe you just disagree on the definition, but a layperson could be a non-ordained member of a church, or it could be a person without professional or specialized knowledge in a particular subject.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a very stark difference to compare something as rigid as what my synodal collegiate structure of the church is to us debating philosophy. I feel like a philosophy is a much more, everybody has their own worldview, but may not be that everybody has their own correct interpretation and hermeneutic when it comes to reading scripture.
Are you suggesting that the only correct interpretation of the scripture is what comes from the Orthodox interpretation, right?
Yes.
Do you have access to the Orthodox interpretations?
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. Can you read my favorite Bible passage with me and give me the interpretation?
I I guess, yeah. What is it?
It's Deuteronomy 22.
Oh,
It's my
hold on.
favorite
I'll pull-
Bible verse of all time, and in fact, Vor is about to crash out in the comments when I read it because I live rent free in his
Yeah.
head. That's why
You want me to read it?
he's always crashing out in my comments. You can read it, or I can read it. Either one. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen so that
Okay, you put it on the screen, and I'll read it.
so that everyone here can read it as well. So go ahead and give it a read, bud. I'm in verse 13.
Verse 13. And you're reading the NJV, or what one do you have up?
I'm in the NRSV.
Okay, I'm not sure what that one is, but it's probably similar. If any man may take a wife, or go in unto her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, or virgin, I guess, depending on what translation you may have. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city gate, and say, and this damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hateth her. And lo, he hateth given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid. And yet these are the tokens of thy daughter's virginity. And then they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. So this would assume that it is a bed sheet.
Yeah, exactly. They would put
bed sheet.
A sheet down on the marriage bed when they consummated the marriage, right. And if she bled on it, then it's presumed that she's a virgin.
Yep. And if they don't, they stone her.
You got it. Yeah, if she doesn't bleed on the sheet, she gets stoned. So
and you want the Orthodox interpretation of this, is what you're asking?
Well, I've got two questions. What happens to the man if he was the one lying and they actually do produce the sheet?
Well, there would need to be two eyewitness accounts of the daughter being unfaithful prior to the presentation.
There would not. The presentation is just of the sheet. There are witnesses that witness the sheet. Okay, so according to Jewish tradition, Hold on, Hugh. Stop. According to Jewish tradition, there are witnesses that watch the couple go into the tent where they consummate the marriage, and they will witness the sheet being laid down, and they will witness the sheet being collected. Those are the only witnesses.
No, well, the witness in the case of adultery would have to be the witnesses of the virgin or the damsel committing adultery prior to the presentation of the
This has nothing to do with adultery.
Well, that would be the assumption if she's not a virgin and she's married.
That's not the assumption here. She's not even married yet. She's betrothed. The question is whether or not she's a virgin when she claims to be a virgin. So the question is whether or not she lied about being a virgin.
Right, and they bring back the sheet and they present it to the judges.
So if it turns out that she actually was a virgin, and that the man was just making up slander, what happens to the man?
Oh, he definitely has his Mosaic law punishment for lying about that.
Yeah, he pays the fine to the father, and then he can't, he's forced to live with the woman that he slandered. Okay. Now, what happens if it turns out that she's lying?
If she lied about being a virgin and she was found to not be a virgin, or you're saying, if the sheet was empty or the sheet was clean, and the guy said, "I'm not lying."
Right. Yeah. If it turns out the guy's not lying and there's no blood on the sheet, what happens to the woman?
Well, there would have to be two eyewitnesses attesting to her infidelity.
No,
and then there
would not. This is not about infidelity. This is about whether or not she lied about being a virgin.
No, there would, because
there would
Mosaic
not.
Law,
this is not about infidelity.
You're asking me for the Orthodox interpretation, and I am telling you it.
You're not.
What do you? Yes, I am.
You're not.
Can you cite a source for where we can read the Orthodox interpretation?
Yeah, you're gonna go. Give me your city, find your nearest church, and go speak to the spiritual father there. No,
I mean, this should be written down, right?
Or you can go buy an Orthodox study Bible, and it should be in the footnotes.
Doubt it.
Okay. Yeah.
So the Orthodox,
Which book?
It
Which
is the
one do you prefer?
Let me look up the two eyewitnesses.
Because I can get
Do you
one
want?
right now.
The
yeah,
two
if you pull up
eyewitnesses
the-
are listed in Deuteronomy 17, by the way, but that's not what we're talking
I'm
about here. The
assuming
two
that
witnesses,
footnote
the
in
two witnesses
interpretation-
has nothing to do with whether or not she committed adultery. It's whether or not she was lying about being a virgin on her wedding night.
It does matter in this case, because if you are accusing somebody to the point of stoning them and you have the evidence, then you still need two eyewitness accounts.
You need an eyewitness
So which Orthodox study Bible should I
the sheet.
get?
No, two eyewitnesses of the infidelity that took place prior
There's
to the sheet.
no infidelity. This is not about infidelity. It doesn't say anything about infidelity. It's about whether or not
adultery.
she was sold as a virgin and she wasn't actually a virgin. And I've got the Orthodox Study Bible, and it doesn't say the thing that you said. I'm holding it in my hand right here, and you're a liar.
Okay, no. Dude, the point
It
of
says
this is
these
that if
laws
you're
were designed to protect
do
both
that.
virginity and marriage. Both for the
Right.
both are very good in the eyes of God, for He created both. Doesn't say anything about what you're talking about.
Yeah, the point of this statement is to say that if you are going to stone somebody and you commit any type of sexual sin outside of marriage is adultery. Number one,
It's
that
not.
is the definition.
That's not.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes,
Wrong
it
guy.
is.
Wait,
You're wrong.
Hugh, I have a very important question.
So,
What if she was sold as a virgin, but she was married before, but her husband, say, died? And she just wasn't a virgin.
She was sold as a virgin. Well, then it'd be
Yeah.
the fault of the father for lying, and then he would have his own punishment.
So, but in principle, this has nothing to do with adultery, right? Because this would be an example where, according to the text, that she would be stoned for lying.
No, if the father sold his widowed daughter into a marriage that he knew that she was not a virgin, the fault would be on him.
But wait a minute, it doesn't say that, does it, Justin? In the study Bible, does it say that?
So the fault would be on both of them, but here the fault is on the woman, because the woman is the one who's giving her word that she's the virgin.
In the case of a woman who was priorly married, in that
I think in any case,
relating to
So
that.
so there are rules for whether or not somebody becomes a widow and what to do afterwards. Okay, so in the Bible you've got levirate marriage, right? So if you're widowed, then you can't marry outside the family of your husband. You have to marry someone within the family of your husband. So right off the bat, you're not going to be sold as a virgin. You don't even need to address that, because you're going to be within that family.
But in the rare case that she is sold as a virgin, you're asking for the punishment to her for that.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, because it wouldn't be adultery, right?
I mean, yeah, it depends. If I don't know, dude, you have to consider that this. Are you talking in the current sense of the Orthodox Church, or in the Mosaic faith?
And whatever you think is what the Bible is telling us to do.
You've already demonstrated you don't know what the Orthodox Church says.
No, so you're saying in this example, flashback to the year, whatever, 2000 BC, or are you saying in present time reading of the Mosaic Law?
Well, this would have been
We just
around
want to know what
600
the
BC,
Orthodox
but
Church
whatever.
says this means.
Yeah.
We just want to know what the Orthodox Church says this means.
So in the example of, okay, let's do Justin 600 AD, right?
No, BC.
So you would have, sorry, my bad, BC. So if you have the accused come forward to a judge, which would have been a rabbinic judge, there is the oral tradition and the written stuttered a little bit there. There's the
Deuterocanonical?
Yeah, I'll just use Mosaic law. That's one is way easier to pronounce. So you have that, you have the oral tradition, and then the rabbinic teaching, and that's how the law is applied. It's not strictly read out of just this sola scriptura way of Deuteronomy. And that's the Orthodox account of how any of this type of accusation or condemnation is handled.
Well, I've read the rabbinic law code on this, and they say the same thing. It's just the blood on the sheet. There's no hold on. Hugh, there's not a single witness mentioned in all of rabbinic literature on this particular topic. The only witnesses ever mentioned is whether or not somebody witnessed them going in and out of that tent when they consummated on that sheet. That's it.
Rabbinic prior
this
to
whole the
0
whole ritual
Not-
is about whether or
not-
not somebody bled on a sheet.
I mean rabbinic prior to the events of 33 AD.
We have
current-
virtually no rabbinic sources prior to 33. The same Talmudic sources.
Yeah, you have
the same Talmudic sources, Hugh, that you're going to read about are over a span of time. The Talmud is not laid out in here's sources. The Talmud is not laid out saying here are the sources prior to Jesus and here are the sources after Jesus. That's ignorant. That's not the way it works. It's laid out by topic, right? So the topic that we're referring to is going to be found in Ketuvot, and it talks about this particular issue. And the commentary in Ketuvot spans a period of about 400 years, if not more. Some of it comes from before Jesus. Some of it comes after Jesus.
Yeah. When we Orthodox describe the administration of the law in the Old Testament as rabbinic, that means that it is particular to the case that is presented and it is based off the written and oral tradition.
Right.
If you're asking me for examples of
and
the oral
what is the written tradition that we have?
You have, well, for us, it's the Old Testament.
It's the Bible. You got it. Okay. And what is the oral tradition?
The oral tradition is the oral teachings passed down along with the written.
You got it. And they wrote that down eventually, didn't they?
No.
They did.
So
it's called the Talmud.
No,
yes.
Modern rabbinic
Yeah.
Judaism is a deviation of the Mosaic faith, which became the Orthodox Church.
You're wrong. So the Talmud is the written record of the oral tradition, and they wrote it down after the destruction. They started writing it down after the destruction of the Second Temple because they were worried that they would not have the oral tradition anymore. Because as the Romans were pushing the Hebrews and the Jews out of their land, they said, "Oh, we're going to lose access to the oral tradition," and then they started writing them down, which is why the oral tradition is found in the writings of the Talmud.
No, the oral tradition is found in the traditions of the Orthodox Church.
And you would be wrong.
Faith.
And you're wrong.
So, why am I wrong? Why is it only this thing that was collected 600 years after the events of, I guess, Jesus?
Because
that are
not even the Orthodox claim to have the true Jewish rabbinic teaching from Moses.
What do you mean?
They don't claim that. You're making that up.
The oral teaching of the Old Testament didn't get continued into the foundation of the new church.
No, it didn't. In fact, the New Testament poo-poos on the oral law every chance it gets. In Mark chapter 7, Jesus chastises the Pharisees for using the oral law in terms of washing their hands. He's saying that you're replacing the laws of God with the laws of men. The oral law was never part of Christian tradition. You have no idea what your tradition even teaches. This is the craziest thing.
Because the oral tradition has three segments to it.
No,
Paul even references that when he brings up the question of if they're allowed to pay priests. He says you can. And then he cites
Paul does not say anything about paying priests.
Psalm is an oral tradition, by the way.
No, Paul cites the Old Testament to say this example of not covering your ox's mouth while it plows the field is a type.
He says, "Don't muzzle the ox." Yes.
That is the example of the law, because the law has three different segments. It has a ceremonial.
That's not a law.
The oral tradition.
So that has nothing to do with paying priests. So Paul is making a statement. He's saying that you shouldn't muzzle the ox while it's treading grain, because it inhibits the work of the ox. He's saying the same reason why you wouldn't muzzle the ox while it's doing its work is the same reason why when people are doing the work of the church, you should enable them to do the work of the church and not muzzle them. You shouldn't hold them back by not paying them. But that has nothing to do with an oral. Has nothing to do with an oral law.
No, the moral law is that there is a segment to the Mosaic Mosaic laws that are fulfilled with Christ, and there are parts of them which have always been spiritual and have always, like Jesus
None of
says,
them were
he
fulfilled in
chastised
Christ.
Pharisees. None of them.
Not a
There's
single.
no messianic,
Not a single
no
one.
messianic prophecy
Jesus
fulfilled by Christ.
Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies, and this is my favorite topic to talk about. But I won't let you pivot to this until we
0.
finish.
All right.
Until we finish Deuteronomy 22. Deuteronomy 22. The proof that you need to bring to demonstrate if this woman is a virgin is the bloody sheet. Yes or no?
The bloody sheet post the
Coitus.
tent entering.
You got it.
Right.
Okay. Now, if there's blood on the sheet, she's innocent and the guy gets fined. If there's no blood on the sheet,
Yeah.
if there's no blood on
Right.
the sheet, then she's a liar and she
She
gets
gets stoned.
stoned, right?
Right.
Okay. Now,
Well, yeah, but not to say that there's nothing further that needs to happen in between there, because the judge system of the Hebrew is particular to the case. So
what else could you appeal to? How could you possibly
well, I would say that
how could you possibly prove that
this
she
would
was a
be like-
virgin?
this would be like a normative example, but in the structure of the Hebrew civilization with the Mosaic laws, there is an administration that applies the law. So it's not
I'm
just,
aware.
oh,
We know. The question, Hugh, is how could you possibly prove, if there's no blood on that sheet, how could you prove that she was a virgin? How could you exonerate her?
you would have to have eyewitnesses that support
How?
the fact that she may. What
Are
do
you
you mean? Like, if
Are you
someone
suspecting
saw her, like,
you can eyewitness every moment of a person's life?
Well, I mean, I feel like if somebody, is out fooling around with the local whatever water carrier, someone's going to know about it. And that's
No,
what
we're
an
talking
eyewitness
about
would be.
how could you exonerate her, not guilt her. We're not talking about whether or not
No.
someone can hold on.
That's
Hugh,
what I mean.
stop.
There's-
Hugh, stop. We're not talking about whether or not someone can bring evidence against her. We're saying, how could you possibly exonerate her? You can't witness every moment of a person's life to say,
Yeah.
I know for a fact that she never slept with somebody.
Yeah, so the absence of those 2 eyewitnesses would exonerate her. To be like, okay,
It would not.
The sheet doesn't have any blood on it.
Oh,
where's
so-
the proof?
Oh, so
for-
Just a question.
the sheet's irrelevant then?
No,
Just
it
a
is.
question.
It is relevant.
What's it relevant
Just
for?
a question.
It's relevant for if there is blood on it. Okay, then that's a definite solution to your problem. But even in the
Just a
example that there is no
quick
blood,
question.
go for it.
Yeah, so where in the clearly it's not in Justin's study Bible, where can I see that this must be, I mean, like, because Orthodox people or Orthodox Christians generally very good about writing things down. Where can I see this particular claim that, you have to ask for 2 witnesses to the effect of, this young girl having sex? Where can I see that written down somewhere about the Orthodox dogma?
Oh, sure. Let me find it for you.
It's going to be a long trip
So
finding this information.
It's gonna be in Scripture. 2 eyewitnesses are typically necessary to any type of accusation in
Yes,
Mosaic law.
I've already told you, Deuteronomy 17. Yes, any law that requires someone to get capital punishment requires 2 witnesses. That's not in question here. The
Right.
question is, what are the witnesses for? The witnesses are clearly for the sheet. You can't witness
the
somebody's
sheet- the
life.
sheet-
You can't present 2 witnesses that say, "Oh, I was with her every moment of her life, and I know she didn't sleep with somebody." That's not a possibility.
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be if women were typically kept with their fathers prior to their marriage. I feel like
You know that
would-
you can't spend every moment of your life with another individual, right?
Well, yeah, but you can have a pretty good idea what's going on if you're living with them and not letting them
Doesn't
leave
matter.
your house and run around. And
You can't
So-
keep an eye on an individual every moment of their life. Do you think that every time a woman went out to gather water from the well, Dad stopped what he was doing, left the field, left the farm animals, and went with his daughter to the well? We know that's not true because the women are going to the well by themselves all the time.
Yeah, maybe. So if they're by themselves and there's no one else around them, who's going to attest that they did commit adultery?
The lies you have to tell yourself is wild. Okay, so the reality of the matter is,
to be clear, there's no.
You can't witness every moment of somebody's life.
Prescribes this, right?
There's not.
What's that? You guys both had something going on there. You both were saying something.
Good. Go ahead.
So you can't witness every moment of somebody's life. You can't bring a negative witness to a case. That's not how that works.
Okay, then.
Witnesses can only be used to bring guilt on somebody. They can't be used to claim that somebody didn't do something unless it's at a specific time period. Unless the claim is at 7:30 on Saturday, Dr. Blitz robbed the 7-Eleven, and it turned out Dr. Blitz was with 3 other people at that time. That's when a witness can exonerate you. But what you can't do is bring witnesses that said, I was with this person every moment of their life, and I know they didn't do the thing that they're accused of. That's not how witnesses work.
Ben, your contention is that if there are no witnesses to attest to the fact that she committed adultery outside of her marriage or whatever consummation, then those witnesses don't matter, and the absence of them doesn't. It makes
what I'm saying is
irrelevant.
The question
they would never even be looking for those witnesses because they don't exist. There are no witnesses to the non-existence of things. You can't witness somebody not doing something.
Yeah, but if you have the sheet, and this is, I think, your contention, so let me know if I'm getting this right, because I am kind of confused here.
I know.
So you have the girl, comes up to the judge, they have the sheet, it has blood on it or it doesn't. You're saying if it doesn't have blood on it, that means that she is guilty of adultery and she should be stoned. In my understanding of the law applied, then there would have to be 2 eyewitnesses to say that, yes, she did commit adultery.
No, there wouldn't.
Or no, she did not.
This has nothing to do with that.
And then, okay, so then if the sheet is bloody, she's free to go. Or you're saying that it doesn't matter the sheet anyway, you could just have the eyewitnesses.
No.
I got a question. I need clarification here. So, Hugh, is it your view that, let's say, no blood on the sheet, and let's say that there are no witnesses to adultery or to, that she had sex with anybody, right?
Right.
Under your view, which presumably is derived from Orthodox dogma, under your view, what is the outcome if there are no witnesses that claim that she slept with somebody?
Well, in the Orthodox dogma, we don't do that anymore. So the law.
No, what does it mean? What does the Orthodox dogma say would have happened in that context?
What would have happened in our current reading of the law?
Given the Orthodox reading of that text, what would the Hebrews have done?
Oh, okay. All right. I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that, and I'm going to make this clear because we've been talking about this for a minute now, but if she is guilty of adultery, she is then stoned.
That wasn't my question. My question is, the sheet is brought out. It doesn't have blood on it. There are no witnesses claiming that she did adultery. What would be the outcome in that, religious court, according to the Orthodox dogma?
So in the reading of the judges at the time, if there were no witnesses to say that she committed adultery and the sheet was empty, in the normative circumstance, she would either have had a divorce or have been stoned. I can't really tell you in the particular of the Hebrew judge at the time. Whenever
I'm asking what the Orthodox Church says would have happened at the time.
He doesn't
that is
know.
the answer. It's
okay. Where is
just
this particular answer referenced in the Orthodox literature?
We don't have a Sharia application of the Mosaic law.
So where are you getting that answer from?
He's asking you where in the literature can we find this information, because it sounds like you're just making stuff up.
Well, look, if this is your own personal interpretation, that's great. But you're not allowed to have personal interpretations according to yourself. So I'm asking, where can I read exactly what you just said?
This is the understanding of the Mosaic law that I have learned through my catechesis in the Orthodox Church. So if you would like to have
where can we verify that? That's what I want to know.
you are going to have to talk to an Orthodox priest if you want it from the
Is
horse's
it trust
mouth.
me, bro? Okay.
Wait a minute. So,
No,
so to be
go
clear, this
find
isn't
one.
written down anywhere?
It probably is, but off the top of my head, I can't give you an example of that.
So how did you
That's
know?
what I've
Why
learned.
did you trust the Orthodox priest when they could have been wrong?
Why would he? Why would he be wrong?
If it's not set in stone?
What do you mean not set in stone?
Well, presumably this is like, you can go look at like the church fathers and stuff like that. You can go look at like the official synod. You can go look at all of this stuff for exactly how you're supposed to interpret it. You shouldn't have to rely on just what a priest says, right?
I'm not going to able to produce a document and say like, oh, it's St. Mary's Cathedral in Minneapolis, so this is the notebook that's got the priest's words on it. Like, I'm not going to have that for you, obviously.
Okay, so it sounds like this is the vibe that you got from a particular priest on a particular day, and we have no way of confirming that this is actually what the Orthodox teaching is.
No, you can confirm it by going and asking an Orthodox priest. That would be the confirmation for this.
Okay.
Because in
so
their
up until then, we're going to have to just believe you.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to be able to email you a PDF of whatever catechesis document he has that he got from his monastery and his patriarch and his bishop. So
I'm looking. I'm looking at some Orthodox commentary right now. Hold on, let me see. This is listed on the Coptic Orthodox Church. You guys, you're not Coptic though.
Those are not Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, you want to be? Yeah, you want Eastern Orthodox. Yeah, give me a second. Let's see. I don't know if you guys have a published actual commentary from the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Either that or it's going to be in Russian or some crazy weird language that I probably don't know how to read.
Wait a minute. So you can't even you can't even check for yourself that the claims made by your priests are actually in agreement with the dogma?
Well, I don't speak Russian. I could learn it if you really wanted me to.
That sounds like a yes, that you can't check that your priests are actually telling you things in accordance with the Eastern Orthodox dogma.
What do you mean? Of course they are. They're supervised by their superiors.
Okay, how do you know their superiors are telling you the truth?
The whole church is lying to me. Is your point with this?
Or maybe there is maybe there is no actual dogma on the matter, and so your priest had to just come up with something.
No, there is a traditional. There's the oral tradition.
But you can't confirm
that.
You can't confirm that,
yes.
Right? How can you confirm that? You can't even read it.
Go ask them. That's your confirmation.
Go ask them. What are they going to tell you? Yeah, I lied to you. Sorry.
You're saying, oh, I want the source of the Orthodox Church, and then I tell you to go to the Orthodox Church and ask them, and you go, well, that doesn't.
No. I want an official written down dogma. I don't want just what some priest says.
Well, that's your rules for my church. That doesn't apply.
Well, it just seems like you're just believing them without actually being able to verify that what they're saying is true.
They're the interpreters of the text. They decide if it's true. They decide.
Wait a minute. So an individual priest is the interpreter, not like the Orthodox Church as a whole.
They the church are the
okay. Well, but you didn't talk to they the church. You talked to a single.
No,
priest.
I talked to who is the church. He is consecrated as a priest.
Right. So this is a priest, not the church.
Yeah, we don't have this head of like, I need a pope to tell me what to do.
No, but you do have some collated or some codified dogma. At least that's the implication of what you've been saying.
Yeah. He
okay.
is the
codified means written down.
Okay, that's your rule for my church, though. That doesn't really
so you don't have a codified dogma.
Like, no, there is a dogma. There is a teaching.
Okay,
of
where is it?
Levitic
Where is
law.
it?
That is
where Where's the is it codified somewhere, or is it just
Sure.
like, passed down in stories?
Does it matter which one?
Well,
you?
yeah.
Do you absolutely need it written down in your world?
I mean, because generally things tend to change over time if they are not written down.
Okay, and how would you compare that? Like,
Sorry, you're cutting out. Oh, where'd he go? Oh,
I'm here.
you back?
So, yeah. So
Yeah.
you're saying the reading and explanation of the Levitic law in the Orthodox Church has to be written down in order for you to get your interpretation of Deuteronomy 22.
Well, I imagine that you would want it to be written down so that doesn't change, right?
Well, that's not really a necessity for me.
So you're fine
As
if
a member
if
of-
the reading of the Orthodox if the Orthodox reading changes over time?
It wouldn't change. It doesn't change.
How do you know if it's not written down?
Bringing an example of it changing, because there's never been a.
I'm just asking how you know it hasn't changed.
I haven't heard or been taught anything different in my experience with the Orthodox Church.
It's a lot.
So this
of
is
trust
just
me,
you
bro.
haven't experienced it changing. Yeah, it really is.
Well, it's my experience with reality. That's what the proof of it is. What do you want?
Okay, so hold on. Just to be clear, it's sufficient to just have experience to justify a belief. I'm
In
glad
your
that you're not a precept
In your
anymore.
worldview, in your worldview,
I'm glad you're not a precept anymore. Thanks
No,
for
dude.
agreeing.
I'm just poking fun.
So I know.
Yeah,
what
no,
the,
I would
so-
just say
Here's what I know.
Go
As
ahead.
far as I can tell, the Eastern Orthodox doesn't have an official text. Now, if you talk to the Greek Orthodox, they say that the official, rulings and theology of the church comes from the councils and from the apostolic fathers. Would you hold to the same?
the rulings of the Levitic law come from. Wait, go ahead one more time.
All
To be more specific.
all interpretations of the Bible, according to most Orthodox, can be grounded in the teachings of the apostolic fathers and from the councils. Those are official, right?
Yes, but be more specific with the apostolic fathers and church doctors, because
I know
Tertullian.
Yeah, some of the Western guys you wouldn't want. I get that. There's a split between the East and the West.
Prior to, Origen makes mistakes.
Right. Well,
He's
listen,
not a saint.
You can pick which apostolic fathers you like and say that we believe in them. But what I'm saying is that your official teachings are rooted in your favorite apostolic fathers, right?
Me personally,
We didn't hear what you said. You broke up.
would say that. Sorry about that. How about now?
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Hello?
Mhm.
Okay. No, so for the explanation of which, the interpretation of the text comes from the church fathers, and keep a asterisk on that name, and then
do you know which ones?
The ecumenical councils and synods.
That's right. The councils, synods, and the church fathers. Those are the official places for the actual doctrine. Now, can you name any one of those three that addresses the passage that we're talking about?
Off the top of my head, I would say who talked a lot about it?
My gut tells me maybe.
My priest. He's educated by those authorities. So that's my source.
Because I know Western names that talked about Deuteronomy. I don't know a lot of Eastern church fathers that talked about Deuteronomy. So, I mean, if you could tell me the name of one of the church fathers, we could look up. I've got all the writings.
Yeah, let's find one together, because there's probably a few, and I'm not sure off the top of my head.
You should spend more time learning about your own beliefs rather than doing precept, by the way.
Dude, that's why I have a spiritual father I can ask these questions to. I don't.
So why haven't you asked them?
I did. This is the question when I ask about the Levitic law. It's that, well, in this example, it'd be like what we talked about previously. But to say my father is going to pull out a book and said, hey, this is Tertullian. Here's a paragraph. only believe this, and
Well,
he did say some
the
things that might have been
interesting
kind
thing
of fun.
is Tertullian does mention one thing on Deuteronomy 22. He
Yeah,
only
but
meant
he's a. Oop, go ahead.
he only said one thing, and he said it in a glancing fashion. And he says that the blood on the sheet is the test for her virginity. Says, for
Right.
a virgin ceases to be a virgin from the time that it becomes possible for her not to be one, and accordingly among Israel it is unlawful to deliver one to a husband except after attestation by blood of her maturity. Meaning it's the blood of her maturity that determines whether or not she's ready to even be married. Thus, before this indication, the nature is unripe. Therefore, if she is a virgin, so long as she is unripe, she ceases to be a virgin. And when she is perceived to be ripe and is, not virgin, is now subject to the law, meaning the bloody sheet according to Deuteronomy 22. So they're saying before
Right.
you can subject a woman to Deuteronomy 22, before you can try her by the law, you have to verify that she is actually bleeding. That's all he says about it.
Right. Which would mean typically of the age of menstruation.
You got it, right. But
Yeah.
he's
But
wrong
that
because
Tertullian also was a Montanist.
because
so it
menstruation
doesn't-
has nothing to do with whether or not the hymen breaks. So he didn't understand either.
No, he meant menstruation in the forms of physical maturity.
I agree. But
Yeah.
this is the only time he comes close to even mentioning Deuteronomy 22.
Right. So like the strict, you're going to find one church father that talks about it. No, you're going to have the church's interpretation of the collection of the entire Bible.
Then
which
find
we
me
put
the
together.
interpretation. I've got all the writings of the church father. Tell me who to look up.
Okay. You're not going to get it in writing. You're going to get it in the Orthodox Church.
Yeah. A priest.
You're
I'm
gonna-
sure. Yeah. Trust me, bro.
You're going to go to
Hey,
the
Justin. Justin,
Yeah,
really quick,
go
make me a
and-
mod in the YouTube chat.
Oh shit. Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. 1 second.
We have
Yeah.
spammers, and we don't have any mods on today.
Oh shit. Let me see if your thing pops up here. Did you throw a comment in there?
I just typed a message.
I see
Yep.
it. I got you. Okay.
So I'll just finish up this thought, and then I had some questions to ask you guys. Just 'cause
Well,
I'm curious.
we still have to talk about
we've
the
been talking-
prophecies that Jesus never fulfilled.
I think it'd be Justin. All things considered, he's been on a while. I figure we give him 10 minutes of questions, and then we kick him out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I've actually had a really good time talking to you guys, and this is gets the old thinking bone smoking. So I'm having a good time. But I would just say, as far as learning about the Levitic law or the Mosaic faith prior to the events of Christ, that's going to be found in the teachings of the Orthodox Church, which is going to come from our monastic tradition, the Church Fathers, synodal, and ecumenical councils and their rulings. Maybe there's some hidden Russian document or Greek script about the exact explanation of the moral, ceremonial, and sacrificial tie-in of the law in relation to Deuteronomy 22. But off the top of my head, I don't know that. So I would just say, if you are very curious for an absolute answer in the absolute stance of the Orthodox Church, go find an Orthodox priest. And then
maybe we can finish the conversation with this, which is, do you think the blood on the sheet matters at all for determining whether or not she's a virgin?
I think it's at the time in pulling civilization from nothing to where it is now. I feel like that was a good step towards giving women the concept of justice and the fact that they can't just be killed if their husbands hate them or don't like them or find that they may not be a virgin.
Are you aware that only
about
43% of women bleed their first time?
No, I'm saying that this is a type. This is the spiritual meaning of the law, is where this is important. And yes, I do think that this.
I'm sure, but do you know that only about 43% of women bleed their first time?
I didn't know that.
Which means the bloody sheet test is next to useless. Almost everybody who's going to be accused.
By the way, Justin, funny joke. That means that there's a 57% chance that Hugh hasn't been with a woman.
There you go.
I was with your mom.
That's actually not true. He could have been with a woman who wasn't a virgin.
You walked.
He got you. He finally got us.
Right into that. You walked.
Joke's on you, Hugh. She's 65.
The debate is over.
Delete the channel. I knocked the cobwebs out of her.
Oof, that's my mom you're talking about. Get out of here.
Oh.
Go on, get.
Okay, no, I just had a couple questions for you guys. For the most rewarding people to argue with, who is it? And then for the least rewarding people to argue with, who is it? Because for me, it's fun to debate with other Christians and atheists. The people who aren't fun to debate with are people who are like Mormons or Islam or the Seventh Day. Who are the people? Oh, the charismatic groups. The Babel floor rollers. And then my last question would be: have you ever joined a X space for Jay Dyer or anything? Because I feel like you guys would have a very good time discussing.
What's an X space?
Yeah, okay, so Twitter. He's talking about Twitter, but he likes
Oh.
Elon Musk, so he calls it X. So I would say that my favorite people to debate are people who make actual claims that are testable and examinable by reason, whether empirical or deductive. So people who make claims about the nature of the world, I think that that's interesting. I think that people who make claims that they believe are tautologically true are very uninteresting.
Yeah, I agree, actually. So, I'm an electrical engineer by trade. Philosophy is the most useless thing ever invented if you want to know how the world works.
Hey, it's not useless.
Hey, it's
just
fun.
less
Dude.
useful than science.
It's way
I'm an
less useful than
instrumentation-
science. So
I'm an instrumentation. I do electrical stuff. I do
Yeah.
low voltage, and I think I throw it on for background noise, philosophical debates. So I mean,
yeah. So,
And yeah, I would never join a Twitter space because
so
I don't like Twitter.
technically
on,
philosophy is just doing logic, right? And someone who does science and engineering, things like that, we love logic. Logic is great, but logic can only get you typically to propositions, and then you have to test the propositions in the real world, and that's what engineering and science is good for. So when I get people that are bringing me philosophical arguments, the way my brain works is, great, you've brought a proposition. Can we test that in the real world? And this is where religious propositions always fail. They never actually match the real world. It's just somebody trying to cope with the reality that there is no God, and then they invent a God using words. That's it. So those debates are uninteresting for me. And I know that they're only doing it to justify the religion that they don't have any real proof for, because I can demonstrate for a fact that Christianity is just not true. I can demonstrate that most of these formalized religions aren't true just by using their holy books against them. But like when it comes to the philosophy of God, like there probably are some logically possible philosophical gods, but they're not the God of the Bible. They're not the God of the Quran. So like to me, it's useless. I think people are engaging in the philosophy of God to justify their religion, which otherwise isn't demonstrable.
okay,
Like,
all right, yeah,
All right, get out of here.
all right,
You
Go
Hugh,
on,
guys,
get.
nice talking to you.
All right,
You-
thanks-
hey,
Thanks
you
for
guys,
being here, Hugh.
God
Yeah.
bless you.
thanks for hanging
All
out
right,
with
let's
us,
bring
Hugh.
Damien up.
Yeah.
All right, let's
I
get
think
Damien.
we do have some super chats. You want to read those first?
We do, and guys, thank you for being patient with us. I know it was a long conversation with that guest, but I think we were having fun. Abnorm, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat. Big W to the Great White North, who says, you have a great chat. I respect your search for truth. Well, hey, thank you. Actually, I think we do have a lot of great people in our chat typically. And Flash, big W, thank you so much for the $16.99. Really appreciate, or $19.99. I apologize. My old man eyes saw the 6, but it's $19.99. And he says, we need to find a way to make Dougism a form of atheism. So Justin recognizes that as a form of atheism. Cheers to my favorite debaters. Well, Flash, that's a good point. So I could say that Dougism is similar to Buddhism, in that Doug it didn't create all things. But he always has been, just like they believe spirits are a natural phenomenon, but they don't believe in a creator God. I can say that Doug is just the most powerful entity that exists within the known universe, not necessarily that he created the universe, because I believe the universe has always existed. Larry Beck, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. And he says, an Easter joke. Jesus is not allowed to play rugby. It seems he wears illegal headgear. From an Aussie drinking song, Jesus can't play rugby. Oh shit, that's a song? I gotta look up this song and listen to it.
Add it to your list. Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second to
I mean, it
type
does check
in.
out. Crown of Thorns is probably not chill for rugby, right?
It can't be. Could you imagine though? That would be a painful game of rugby to use a crown of thorns rather than a padded helmet.
Yeah, it would hurt quite a lot.
But Larry, thank you so much for the song suggestion, and thank you so much for the super chat. And Dr. Joe coming in again says important difference between abstract and transcendental. Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah.
We didn't really flesh out, but something can be abstract, and hell, it could even be universal, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's transcendental. I think that's something completely different. Cameron, good to see you this morning, bud. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I love Dr. Blitz's jokes and sarcasm. They are not very typical. I agree, actually.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean they're not typical?
Well, he's saying you have a unique style and delivery, and your jokes
okay, great.
are not rehashed jokes. They're always original.
Well, I'm glad you think so. You know, my people have suffered long enough. The best we can get is a sense of humor, so.
I agree. Optimus Rhymes, thank you for the super chat. Says, ask him why the dude's virginity gets a pass. Actually, there's a lot of deflection during that conversation, so we didn't get around to asking some of the questions we could have. But yeah, the fact that God only cares about female virginity is hugely problematic. The fact that God never once says, like, hey, if a guy's not a virgin when he gets married, there's hell to pay. He's really obsessed with female virginity, though. And Dr. Joe, again, big W, thank you so much. He says, guest is clueless about the definitions of virginity, adultery, and infidelity, and more than clueless about inherent misogyny of the passage. That 100%, Dr. Joe, and I wish we could have got more time on the passage, but it just oozes of misogyny. The fact that God would be so upset with a woman lying about her virginity that she would need to be stoned. In fact, it says that you must purge the evil from among you. It's crazy to me that purging the evil doesn't include the man lying about his virginity. It only includes the woman. It's sickening. And Jim Nasty, again with the super chat, thank you so much, says, I'm not poking fun equals you revealed my hypocrisy. Maybe. Listen, guys, thank you so much for being here. Even though we've had some long conversations, thank you for all the likes and the shares and the super chats. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description of the video to join. There's also a link on the screen up here. You can type into your browser and get into the conversation. We're going to bring Damien in. And also, if you're watching on TikTok and you haven't already followed Dr. Blitz's account, he's logged in and down in the corner. Make sure you click on Dr. Blitz's profile.
Wrong corner.
Oh, sorry.
But close enough.
This corner over here, my camera is flipped. Make sure you click on his profile, drop him a follow, and follow him on YouTube as well. Damien, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Going all right. What religion do you have?
I guess like Gnosticism, kind of. That's the one that makes the most sense.
Sure.
I grew up Christian, and a lot of the questions about why the suffering exists and why is all this so bad makes sense if the creator or whatever force, whatever, ended up creating us, hated itself. And that's why everything sucks. I don't know. It's kind of comforting in a way.
Is that akin? Is this like a mix between Gnosticism and deism?
You know, I don't even have a name for it. I guess like as a Christian, I learned that God is omnipotent and all powerful and this and that. So I was like, so I could just talk to God and get rid of the church. And I differentiate between the church and religion and the actual connection to God, which I admit could just be like me having a sense of my internal self somehow, but that's my experience of it. And I've kind of taken things from a bunch of different religions. I'm sort of hesitant to say I'm a syncretist because I feel that, I don't know, it feels a bit too colonial to kind of be like, well, I can just take little bits of every religion I want. But they're like, I've done yoga and that practice has been really helpful with my emotional health and stuff. And so there's sort of, I feel the spirituality in the yoga practice. I don't know how to describe it like in another way though, except unless you've experienced it yourself.
So here's the question: why do you believe in a God at all?
I guess it helps me feel connected to the world and other people. Like I know there's that stereotypical question, how do I know I'm not just a brain in a vat? Maybe this isn't a good philosophical argument. I'm not really a philosophy bro, but I feel like connecting with other consciousnesses of like other living things is proof to me that I'm not alone.
Look, I agree that other people exist. I'm not asking you how do you know you're not a brain in a vat. I'm just asking you why you think there's a God rather than not a God.
I guess to me it adds like order to my conception of the universe and everything. And maybe it helps me like maybe it might be partially a cope, I guess. It might just be that I like to believe in something. I like to think of, I like to be a visionary and things like that. Like I need that kind of stuff to be motivated maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like that. It's a possibility. In which case, you're just an atheist in secret, right?
I don't know. I'm maybe I don't have the proper angle at it, Dr. Blitz, but I feel like they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. I'm not sure I can really articulate why I would argue that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look. So I don't think Justin or I are going to shame you for believing in, something because it makes you be able to connect better with other humans, right? At least I wouldn't. But I would be curious why, okay, let me ask: is that your primary motivation for continuing to believe? Would you say?
I guess. I don't know. Part of it also is like I'm a social science student. I study sociology, and I'm not sure whether for you, Dr. Blitz, I remember you saying you wouldn't be convinced by metaphysical arguments. I'm not totally familiar with that term, but maybe social science would fall under that for you. But to me, I find
social sciences. So I think social science is a science. It's a little bit flawed sometimes, but I think it's a science.
Oh yeah, it's one of the softer ones. One of my favorite perspectives in sociology is symbolic interactionism, which is where you have the physical object and the meaning that's attached to that object, and together they're a third thing. And when a teacher in my school, or I think it was the vice principal of my school in high school, told me that knowledge is in a way is an infinitely replicatable resource. It's really inefficient, like in terms of investing resources in a resource. Knowledge is really good because you don't lose knowledge when you give it to someone else. And maybe and so to me, and I guess like as a social scientist, I see that there are social forces in the social world, and that's what I study, analogous to the physical forces in the physical world that physicists do. And I don't consider that necessarily like magic or even necessarily religious, but I sort of hear you talk about how you only want to talk about what's natural, but then I think about the meaning we attach to things, and I wonder if do you just see that as a part of the naturalness and that's why it's nothing more, or how do you?
I mean, yeah, in a sense. I mean, like, I'm happy to talk about like other things. It's just metaphysical arguments, and metaphysical arguments are very specific things. So I'm not referring to just anything that's not like science. Metaphysical arguments are just not very convincing to me. And these are things like, well, if a necessary being possibly exists, then it's necessary. Like, it's just like that kind of nonsense. Like these kinds of like, okay. Well, I am just going to sit in my chair and logic my way into a God existing without actually looking at the outside world.
I don't like those kind of arguments either. So I guess we're on the same
That's all.
page
That's all
there.
I'm saying. But I mean, like, I'm generally pretty skeptical of that kind of reasoning. So, but look, Damien, it looks like I appreciate your view and I appreciate your, the context that you bring to religious or to theological or spiritual thinking, but it's really we're really looking for conversations with people who have kind of like well-defined religious views, and it just doesn't sound like you do, which is fine, and I commend you. Keep your religious views, but we are going to let you go and move on to the next guest. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair. You have a good day.
All right,
thanks
cheers.
for
Good
being
to
here,
hear from you, Damien.
All right, bye.
Well, he's trying.
We have another guest up.
He's trying.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, let me grab our.
Oh, do we have another super chat?
Super chat. Yeah, Jerry Big W. Thank you for the 1999, buddy. It says the stream crashed last week when you guys were responding to my super chat. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Responding to my super chat showing Dr. Blitz is getting crushed by Ian and Justin's viewers on YouTube. Dr. Blitz, also great job today on No Degrees channel. You guys are great. So, are you saying that Dr. Blitz isn't getting enough views to keep up with?
I actually doxed the live stream just that way then nobody could read out the statement that my live streams aren't doing as well as Ian's or Justin's. Definitely on purpose, actually.
That's what. Well, I mean, Dr. Blitz, you just started streaming to YouTube, like you literally just recently.
Like a few months ago.
Yeah. So it's going to take time to build. But I was watching a YouTube stream a day or two ago. I want to say Friday or Thursday when I was at work, and you had like 425 people in there.
Maybe I haven't looked.
Yeah, it was.
But we should move on to Matt.
Sorry, it's a good. Anyway, Jerry, thank you so much.
Or I'm gonna dox
super
the,
chat.
or I'm gonna sorry, not dox, DDoS. I'll DDoS the channel again.
All right, let's get Matt in here. How you doing, Matt?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Thank you for asking. Matt, are you a theist?
So define that. I'm more like what something that.
Are you
believes in
associated with a religious tradition? How about that?
something? In a way, yes, but
Which one?
Well, I do follow the Judeo-Christian beliefs, but I stay away from. I'm sorry.
Sorry, this is a pet peeve of mine. There's no such thing as Judeo-Christian beliefs.
Okay.
They basically share nothing in common. Jewish tradition and
That
Christian
is
tradition.
true. That is true. I agree with that.
So-
But I
So
do
would you say that
follow-
you're a Christian? That you follow? Do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead?
Yes.
Okay, you're a Christian. It's fine. You can just say that.
Yeah.
So we
Well,
got a little bit
as-
of an issue with your connection, though. Matt, do you have Wi-Fi you can get connected to?
Yeah, I am on Wi-Fi.
Oh, really interesting, because it shows that
It seems fine on my end.
you don't hear the frogs.
Oh no, you're
I do
right.
hear
You're
a
right. I
little
did
bit.
hear the frogs. I just thought it was something else because I'm dumb.
No, that's his connection. Yeah. So you may have to do this. It shows that you've got low bars. I'm seeing orange, orange and red bars. They're going back and forth between orange and yellow. It usually means you're not connected to the Wi-Fi. Is there a way you can like disconnect from the Wi-Fi, reconnect? Maybe it wasn't fully connected.
Yeah. Let me see real quick then. And I'm on my 5G. Is it?
You're on 5G.
Yeah, I'm on the 5G,
Okay. Well,
and I'm right next to my router too.
Oh, you mean your router is a 5G router? It's not
Yes.
coaxial.
No.
Okay. Well, whatever you just did, it seems like it might have cleared it up.
Okay. I guess maybe it's just a little glitch.
Yeah. Just don't move. Stay in that same spot.
Okay. Sure.
All right. So,
So,
you're a Christian then? It sounds like.
Yeah, but I also don't like to call myself a Christian because even there are things that I've learned from God that go against what normal Christians only by the book would actually demonize me for. And meanwhile,
So you're a
my
Christian heretic. Still a
it,
Christian though.
to them it would seem that way, but I like to call myself more spiritual. I stay away from religion because I know what it does to people and what the churches do to people. So I say I'm a follower of Christ and just purely spiritual. And that's actually what the Bible says to worship God in spirit. To stay away from religions, because even Jesus had problem with overly religious people who were the Pharisees, who then condemned him. Meanwhile, he was their Messiah. So I stay away
At least that's what he says.
from religion.
They disagree.
That is true. Yeah, but that was their,
Okay.
what
So
he planned for it to be killed.
we'll start at ground zero then. Do you believe that the Bible is true?
Yes.
Okay. And for you, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument that your God is real?
So I didn't learn the truth about God from the Bible. I was very agnostic. I was atheist for a good portion of my life. I'm almost 28 now, but 2 years ago, I actually had a spiritual experience where God did confront himself to me and he spoke to me. And that's what turned to me for me to believe. And that's when I started learning about the Bible. But then I started learning about the Bible and how other people like said their views to me, and I didn't agree fully with what they did, so I kept going to God, and I just learned there is so much more outside of the Bible that is true that some Christians would demonize me for, but it's my faith has been just from God, and of course the Bible does help, but there's certain things.
So I guess I didn't hear an argument. So what would be the most compelling reason to believe that the Christian God is real?
So I would say just the existence of us, our consciousness, the way the laws of nature work, and even just the simple thing of how did we come to be and where did the first humans come from? Because if we evolved, it's something had to create them, and then even just to the answer of what was the Big Bang.
Before we get into that, I actually have a question.
Sure.
When you were an atheist, what were your answers to those questions?
More just science. Everything was science for me. I was,
Okay.
I believe more in science.
So why are those no longer good answers?
Well,
How did
they
your
are.
spiritual tradition convince you that those are bad answers?
They're not bad answers because they do go hand in hand, science and the Word of God. It's not one or the other. It really is
So then why
both.
are you asking? So wait a minute. Now I'm confused. If there's a scientific explanation for where the first human came from, for example, presumably you believed that scientific while you were an atheist, when you say you were, presumably you believed that scientific explanation had nothing to do with God, right?
Well, actually, I don't know what the scientific answer to why we're here. So what do you
Well,
say
you
is the
believe that there
answer?
was a scientific answer, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that whatever that scientific answer, that it had nothing to do with God.
Okay.
So why should we think that it seems very strange to me then that you used to believe that there was a scientific answer and that it had nothing to do with God, but now you're using this idea, this question, as in some sense a reason to believe in God, even though you don't know what the scientific answer was. You see how that seems kind of paradoxical, right? Like it
I
seems like
do.
you should know what the scientific answer is and say, oh, that's why this is wrong, therefore we should believe in God, right?
Well, I kind of never really questioned because I just figured, okay, we evolved, and I never really sought deeper into that. But now, after finding the existence of God by him via the spiritual experience, it kind of all just made sense, and science kind of proved that in a way. And there are like a lot of missing links as to like just a lot of the existence of time and the universe that filled it in with
Missing
God's word.
links?
Yeah,
Sorry,
as far
missing
as
links in what regard?
like just with the Big Bang, nobody knows how the Big Bang really started. And at first, they said the universe was eternal, and then they said no, there was a starting point. It is finite, and then
To be clear, do you know how the universe started?
um, well, just the Big Bang. I know from correlating with the word is God spoke it into existence.
But
You know,
how did that make the universe start?
so the combustion of the elements and just what the
No,
Big
no, I'm
Bang.
asking how did God speaking make the universe, make the Big Bang happen? What's
Well,
the connection? How did that happen?
Yeah, and
well, God is. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say because to me that's very confusing. Because in order to speak things, you need material to already exist. Sound waves can't exist in a vacuum. So to say that God spoke it into existence is saying that God did something that's impossible.
Well, God is the doer of impossible things. He exists outside of space and time, the other realm, the eternal realm, because God is infinite, and obviously time is not infinite. There is a limited space and time, and it didn't exist before
By
him.
the way, that's not like accepted consensus, but it's neither here nor
No.
there. No.
Okay.
I guess what I'm getting at is like, look, I couldn't tell you the mechanism that caused the Big Bang to happen, but I don't think you can either. All you can say is what preceded it, but you can't tell me how it is that God speaking, whatever that might mean,
Hmm.
somehow caused the universe to expand? Like, like, I could tell you that quantum gravity fluctuations caused it, and then you would ask me, okay, well, how? How did that happen? I don't know.
Hmm.
But it seems like you don't know either, so it seems like we're kind of in the same boat, you know?
In a way, but we just know, from the word, but then again, nobody was there to experience it and witness. All we have is words and text. So,
Right.
but
So
knowing
how is
God,
your explanation any better than mine?
it's not scientific is really the same, because how scientists explain it, it's just viewing God's word, speaking, saying, "Let there be light," and just now the scientific version of that.
Do you
There
think
was a combustion of elements
do you think the
somehow.
creation narrative was literal? So like when the Bible says that God created Adam and Eve, roughly 6,000 years ago, is that a real timeline?
Um, could be, but then again, I do agree that some words in the Bible have been changed by, wicked people, they to use it against people. So then again, there is you know, um, there is some things that can't be taken as literal because we didn't understand the language,
Well, I think I
in that
understand
time.
the language. So like in the book of Luke, it gives a genealogy from Jesus all the way
Hmm.
back to Adam. Is that a real
Hmm.
like is that a true genealogy?
I think that could be.
Okay, so if that's true, then we would say that the first human beings showed up roughly 6,000 years ago, right?
In a way, yes. Hmm.
The problem we have with that is we've got evidence of humans way before that. Not just humans, but civilizations. Like we've got
In
Hmm.
fact,
farming.
we have writing before that.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I think so. There is one theory I have with that, because how God created Adam, he was already full adult,
Hmm.
and how he created the earth, there was already, things there, and they were mature. So I think the same way how God created Adam to be, and a lot speculate that he was made to be like 33 years old, like Jesus was when he died. So I think when he created these things, he did implement a time factor in them. So he made something, however many years old, could have been billions of years, trillions of years.
So, so
Right, but
Matt, then would you then say that the people who, so there are cave paintings in France that are 40,000 years old. Would you
Hmm.
say that those people didn't actually exist?
No, I definitely, because that's, they're here, they exist,
No, no, I'm
and,
talking about the people 40,000 years ago who painted the wall. Did they
mhm.
exist?
Yeah, I'm sure.
right.
But then they would have had to predate
So
Adam.
that's where I think that maybe something was lost in translation, and maybe 6,000 years ago from where it was written, and then after that there was a missing lapse in time, that other humans did exist from those.
So there are additional people between Jesus and Adam, and the genealogy in Luke is just wrong.
That's where I get confused, but that's why I don't really like the Bible is a lot of history, yes, but I feel like it shouldn't be focused on as far as the history and more just the message that it serves.
So
Because we can argue. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I guess the problem I have is like when the Bible says things that are untrue, then
Hmm.
I don't really care about the message anymore because I don't trust what the book
Hmm.
says.
And that's something that I've also argued with people, that a lot of Christians demonize me for, because a lot of people say, "Oh, the Bible cannot be changed," but it has. The churches have taken a lot of stuff out and held in the Vatican, and that's there. The Bible is like a little bit of truth surrounded by a lot
Wait,
of
held in the
lies too.
Vatican?
Oh yeah, they hold a lot of archives of missing books, because the Bible currently has 66 books, and the Ethiopian version that is supposedly the full version has like 73 or 72, and that's been taken out of
So,
a
so
lot of
Matt,
mainstream. Hmm.
um, what shape do you think the Earth is?
That's a tricky one too, because there's a lot of evidence that according to science, is round, and then there's certain things with the word that says flat. So I'm sort of in between. I don't know. I want to say it's round. I've always known it to be round, but there is a lot of evidence that maybe it's flat too. But there's just something I try not to focus on, because what does it do for my life if it is or it isn't?
Okay. Yeah, so it seems like the evidence that you see in the world around you is you know, like the scientific evidence that we have for various things like evolution and, you know, cosmology and things like this. It seems like you kind of accept that that evidence is there, and then you try to interpret your religious faith in light of that. Would you say that that's a good characterization of your position?
Yes, it goes hand in hand, yes.
So why interpret the religious faith at all? Why not just accept what the scientific claims are and then just take them to their logical conclusion?
Well, because that's the conundrum, because now that I know God exists, I know it has to go hand in hand. So I try to make sense of it. But God, you know, even brought in the existence of math, you know, as far as everything is so mathematical in this world, is very mathematically run. And he is a expert mathematician, being creating the stars and the atoms, and, you know, so just how everything runs.
Wait, hold on. Is he an expert mathematician?
Yes.
According to the Hebrew Bible, what's pi?
What, 3.14?
No, it's 3. According to the Hebrew Bible, pi is 3.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't sound like an expert mathematician, though. Pi is not 3.
Well, I don't, like I said, I don't know as far, you know, I've never even read the Hebrew Bible. I know just from the Old Testament in the Bible.
They're
I've
the
read.
same thing. It's just just calling it the Old Testament is cultural appropriation, so I prefer not to do that.
Okay. But, well, yeah, I mean, there
Well,
are,
Matt, can I ask you a question?
sorry, go ahead. Sure.
It sounds to me like you like your starting point is you believe in a God because like something you had an experience, right? I'm curious to know how you went from your experience with God to a particular God. How did you come to the realization that the God you experienced is the Christian God?
So from that moment, I didn't know exactly, because I knew nothing of God. My mom is Catholic, and you know, grew up that way, and she's told me a little bit here and there, but I never, you know, like I said, I always wanted science. I didn't believe. And just from, you know, the experience, I knew that this God, I didn't know who or what, you know, his name was. I just received so much love in that moment. And I later found out to just be, you know, what the Holy Spirit was. And because I try to look up other people's experiences, and there wasn't really much evidence, but from what I found, I just felt compelled to, you know, start reading the Bible. And I didn't even know really who Jesus was at that moment. It was just, you know, I just knew that there was this being, this supreme being that was giving me love, and I didn't know where it was coming from. So I went looking more into it. And I tried looking at other religions and like, what am I, you know, where am I to go? Which direction? But I just knew that I had to start praying and try to receive more information on where to go and direction in my life. And it just led me to the Bible.
Do you think that maybe your being led to the Bible had more to do with your cultural experience?
Could be, but even then, there were things that I didn't understand in the Bible, and I was like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to be Muslim. And so I started praying to God. I said, God, if I'm meant to be Muslim, you know, let me know. I want to follow that same feeling where I received that love from, and it didn't lead me anywhere else,
So
and it kept me in this direction.
it's kind of like vibes then.
In a way, yeah.
So I've got a friend that I used to work with who he's from India. He is Hindu, and he claimed to have been visited by 2 of the Hindu gods. What would you make of his experience?
So another thing that I've learned that Christians would demonize me on, there are other beings, eternal beings. There is one. What I found, there is one eternal God, but there are many beings, because there are angels, there are demons, there are things that exist outside of this realm in the infinite.
Oh, we're getting into the Hindu gods are angels and demons kind of thing?
Right.
No,
Well,
they could be, but there are. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm following you. That's what everyone says. I expect this answer. Go ahead.
Oh, where'd he go?
Oh shit! What happened? He's still hold on. He's still here.
Oh, I think something
Oh, okay.
I think
can't hear
your
him.
happened here.
I think your connection just dipped for a second.
I can't hear him at all.
You can't hear him? Oh, hold on.
No, I can't see him either.
Now he's gone. Oh shit. I think his connection got weak. His five. My experience with the 5G internet, home internet, has been that it's not as good as like a standard coaxial to a modem. It seems to be buggy. He's back though. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hey, that was weird. It just froze on me.
That's weird. And anyways, so we kind of already, but I think we already knew that was going to be your response. I was just waiting for the response. So in your worldview, you have to assume that like the Hindu gods that visited my friend were like some sort of demonic manifestation or something.
No,
right?
no, no. That definitely not demons because, like I said, there are many other eternal beings. People describe them as angels. Some could be demons disguising themselves as angels, but I'm not calling them, saying that they were demons right off the bat
Right.
because there
Hey
are.
Matt, you got a frog in your throat.
Yeah, the frogs came
Uh-oh.
back. But so Matt, we're not saying that you're saying specifically that they're demons. They theoretically could be angels. That's fine. So, but he would say no. The Hindu gods are real, and it's actually the biblical God that is just a manifestation of some sort of a jinn, right? So then we've got your claim that you worship the high God and that his gods are somehow lesser gods, but he would say that his God is real and that your God is somehow a lesser God. So how would we know who's right?
So, another thing I've come to learn is that every religion has a bit of the story correct. Same thing how my book has a little bit of truth surrounded by a lot of lies, and there has a little bit of truth surrounded by a lot of lies. It's really all deception on all sides. That's why I really don't like religion, because it is meant to keep people down and in that view and never go anything outside. They want to keep people entrapped to that and never move forward spiritually. But there are a lot of things with Hindus and Muslims and Jewish faith that, is very true and are worthy ways of living. And really whatever brings you that peace of mind and, as long as you're not harming anyone with it, it is a good thing to do.
Interesting. So he's okay with other religions existing. Listen, Matt, we got a little bit of a bullfrog in your connection again. I'm not really sure if there's a way to fix it.
Let me see. I'll do that same thing again and try.
Yeah. Sarah says Kermit must be a Christian. Well, we know he wasn't Jewish because he was in love with a pig.
True.
Well, I didn't hear that response. What happened?
No, we were just
It was
making
just a dumb joke.
a Kermit joke.
Oh.
I think it's fixed. Okay, so here's my problem. Right, when it comes to personal experience, I don't think personal experience is ever evidence of a deity because we have personal experiences from Hindus, from Muslims, from every religion, right? So like if we say that obviously your personal experience is true and theirs are not, that's just special pleading, right? So from an outsider perspective, we have to appeal to something more concrete than your experience. So outside of your personal experience, is there a reason why we would believe in your specific creator?
So just for, the fact of even just following the message of Jesus, right? Being a good person and doing good for those, even though you feel they may not deserve it, is really just living a humble life and really just helping people as we all should be. A lot of people are very selfish and greedy, and they don't go out of their way to help others in need. So just the message of, just
Buddhism.
being humble and helping people. And but I've learned that where that comes from, it really is all one connected message.
Buddhism
spread
came
out.
before Jesus, about 500 years prior.
Matt, you should look into Baha'i. Because it sounds like you're Baha'i,
Okay.
not Christian.
Actually, it does.
And what is Baha'i?
It's a more modern faith. It originates in the 1800s, but it kind of blends Islam and Christianity and some aspects of Buddhism.
Oh, okay.
And essentially makes the claim that actually, yeah, all of these prophets were real prophets. They were just representing God in in different lenses, and it's interesting. You should look into it. Also, it's way more based than Christianity is. So take that might be more your speed.
So why would you say like what do you say is wrong with Christianity in itself?
Well, under the Christian view, you can't account for all of these people believing, all of these people who believe that that Muhammad was a prophet, all of these people who believe that the Hindu gods have real avatars on Earth. You can't really account for that. You can either say that those are fake, those are like false idols, or you can reject Christianity essentially.
And so maybe I do reject a little bit of that, but I know that Jesus really is, who he said he was, just from
He's
even
not.
just the evidence of the Gospels.
Thank
With
you.
the Gospels,
You,
how
you should look into Baha'i then, because you might find that it actually better agrees with your views.
okay. Do they also believe Jesus rose from the dead? And
I think so. I don't actually know, but they do believe that he was divine at least.
okay. All right,
Right.
yeah, I definitely will look into that.
Well, I think the Gospels are a bad source of truth because they consistently say things that are not true. We want to cover a couple of those examples.
Yeah, so what do you say is wrong in the Gospels?
A bunch. Do you have a Bible on you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Go to the very first page of Mark. Go to Mark chapter 1.
Sure. Mark chapter 1.
Mhm.
Okay.
And go to verses 1, 2, and 3. It says, "In the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. The voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his paths." Now, what Mark is saying is that this quotation came from the prophet Isaiah, correct?
Which version are you reading from?
I'm in the NRSV.
NRSV, okay. I'm reading from King James, but yeah, it does say this a similar.
Why would you read from the worst translation?
He hates himself.
That's just that was just kind of where because I didn't know what Bible to read, and I kind of just asked my mom. I was like, "What should I read? Should I read the newer translation, or should I read just Old English?" I kind of wanted to read it as close to the original.
Well, that's
So
not it.
It was a lot harder.
The
but-
KJV is not it.
It's like the
Yeah, I'm
sixth
sure.
English translation. There was like 5 of them prior to it, but that's fine. So in verse 2, it says, "As it is written in the prophet Isaiah." Now, the problem we have here is in verse 2, it also says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way." That doesn't exist in Isaiah. Now, it sounds very similar to what he says in verse 3, which is the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his paths. The problem we have, though, is verse 3 actually is from Isaiah. That comes from Isaiah 40, verse 3. And verse 2, however, is not. This actually comes from Malachi. He goofed. He remembered a quote from Malachi chapter 3 and lumped it in with Isaiah chapter 40 because he made an error.
Okay. Well, it is the same message, though. It's talking about the coming of the Messiah, and
Right.
Isaiah
Well,
is all about the entrance of the Messiah and who it would be, and the description of him and what he would do for his people.
Well, neither one of them were talking about the coming of the Messiah, actually. But that's beside the point. The point is, he said that Isaiah said something when Isaiah didn't say it.
Okay.
Right. So that's a starting point, an entry point into Mark. Another entry point into Mark not getting his history correct is 2:26. In Mark 2:26, he talks about how David, when he was on the run, went to the priests at Nob and ate the showbread. It says he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of presence, which is not lawful for any but the priest to eat. Okay, so the problem we have here is this is a quotation from 1 Samuel 21. And when you go to 1 Samuel 21, as it turns out, Abiathar was not the high priest. It was actually Ahimelech. So if you go to 1 Samuel 21, you go down to, let's see, what verse is this? Verse 8. David said to Ahimelech, "Is there no spear or sword here with you?" It's already too far. But anyways, he's talking to Ahimelech in this chapter, who is the high priest. Verse 1, David came to Nob to the priest Ahimelech, and Ahimelech came trembling to meet David, so on and so forth. And then he feeds the men that are with him with the bread of presence and whatnot. So Mark got that wrong too. It seems like Mark's not like he's not really good at even quoting the Bible, which if this was from God, I would expect that Mark wasn't making these types of mistakes, but it gets way worse than this. For example,
Okay.
I'm going to read you a passage real quick. Go to Hosea chapter 11, if you would.
Sure. Hosea. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Hosea, which one?
Chapter 11.
Chapter 11. Okay.
Okay. Now, in Hosea chapter 11, verse 1, it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." What's happening here? Is this a retelling of the Exodus or something else? What is this?
So, as I called them, they went from. I guess it's just saying, what they did do
Right.
in the past.
Exactly. Yeah. This is a quotation from Exodus. Even Exodus 4:22 says it says Israel is my firstborn son, and then he talks about delivering Israel from bondage in Egypt. Now this history is being told here because God is giving an indictment against the Israelites. He's telling them why he's about to punish them. The punishment comes in chapter 5. It says, "They shall return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria will be their king because they have refused to return to me." So verses 1 through 4 are just a retelling of history so that God can give the pretense for the punishment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But unfortunately, if we go to Matthew chapter 2 and go to verse 14, Matthew has a very different idea. Matthew says in verse 14, "Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt, and he remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, 'Out of Egypt I have called my son.'" So Matthew is reaching back into Hosea, where it says, "Out of Egypt I have called my son," and just calling it a prophecy about Jesus when it actually wasn't a prophecy at all.
Did he call it a prophecy, or is he just telling the story?
No, he says that Jesus went into Egypt in order to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Which means if you're fulfilling something, it means it must be prophetic. Right? But there was no prophecy there. He's just making a prophecy where there is none.
So you're saying there was no prophecy where Jesus was supposed to go into Egypt?
None.
Okay. And now there was nothing in as far as Isaiah or the past, because I know a lot of the prophecies have been spread throughout the book of, the Torah, and because every chapter and every prophet kind of God gave a little glimpse of an example of what Jesus would do when he is on earth.
Well, unfortunately, Jesus didn't fill a single messianic prediction. All of the predictions about the Messiah says that he's going to be a king on a literal throne. He's going to rescue all the Israelites from those who are persecuting them. He's going to bring them back to the land of Israel. He's going to rule and reign over them in the land of Israel, and they're going to follow the law of Moses again forever.
But now, is that what it says in the Torah?
Yep.
Okay. So now, there's where it gets a little confusing, because I have read a little bit of the evidence of all the prophecies Jesus did fulfill, and I don't know where they got them from. I would assume it would have been the Torah, but even Isaiah talks about all the things Jesus would have done, and he did fulfill throughout the storytelling of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Well, I don't think he fulfilled a single prophecy, and even the prophecies that Jesus himself cited, he's clearly lying about them. So, for example, if you go to Isaiah 61 and read the passage, it starts out with, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God." Now, this is the important part. He says, "To comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them garland instead of ashes, oil of gladness instead of mourning." And then in verse 4, he finishes, it says, "They will build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many nations," right? So the context of Isaiah 61 is pretty clear. This is after the Babylonian exile, and God is saying that he's sending a messenger, or he has sent a messenger, most likely Isaiah, and he's now giving the word of joy to the people that are mourning in Zion because they've been destroyed by the Babylonians. And he's saying God is now going to rebuild these ancient ruins. He's going to fix all of these cities that have been devastated, right? So is there anything in here whatsoever about a Messiah?
So this is actually saying that Isaiah will be the messenger, that God is going to do that. Because earlier in the chapter, he talks about how his prophets have failed him and they haven't brought a single person to him, so he will have to do it himself and take the form of a man to fulfill his own wishes, to bring his people back to him. And this is then... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying just on Isaiah 61, what is Isaiah 61 saying is going to happen?
So let's see. So yes, so this is Isaiah receiving that message from God to preach of the good news of the coming, that there will be a Messiah.
Oh no, it doesn't say anything about a Messiah here. What does chapter 61 actually say is going to happen?
So preach good tidings to the meek, and send me to bind up the brokenhearted, and he has done that.
Keep reading.
So proclaim liberty to the captives, opening the prison to them that are bound. Proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance.
Read verse 4.
So, and they shall build the old wastes, and shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations.
That's right. And then verse 5.
And strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the alien shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers.
Right, okay. So this is a restoration of Israel, right? Okay. So this prophecy, no matter who you think verse 1 is talking about, this prophecy includes the restoration of Israel and the Israelite people, right? Okay. Now, the way this gets used is in Luke chapter 4. In Luke chapter 4, Jesus himself claims to be fulfilling this. It says, when he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it is written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind," although recovery of sight to the blind isn't actually in the passage. He added that. It says, "To set free those who are oppressed and proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." Of course, he left out the day of the Lord's vengeance. And it says, he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down, and the eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But it couldn't have been fulfilled in their hearing, because the scripture he's referring to talks about the nation of Israel being restored, and they weren't restored.
So that is, to say that he is here and will do that.
But he didn't.
So he's saying he is fulfilled, but it is
Justin,
because...
check Discord. No, you're fine.
So he is coming there because while he was there, he's saying he is going to do those things. And he did by his death. And a lot of it was symbolism because, according to the belief, is when he died, he removed the sins of mankind, and that they were able to live without judgment from God, and then, and be live a free life, and just without without fear of damnation, and
Right. But
because he took that punishment.
But none of that was in Isaiah 61. Isaiah 61 is talking about the Israelite people and their cities being restored, and that didn't happen.
So that is still, well, probably to come, if it
Right.
hasn't already.
Right. So if it's to come, then that means the prophecy wasn't fulfilled, which means Jesus was wrong. He lied.
Well, maybe just from just saying that he is here, saying that, to say that he is going to do those things. So maybe not fulfilled fully, but saying fulfilled that he is here and kept his word that he would come. And you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, because he says that today the scripture was fulfilled in your hearing, but if it didn't actually happen, that means it wasn't fulfilled in their hearing. He should have said,
I suppose,
this
yeah.
will be fulfilled by me, if that's what he meant.
Okay.
So the only part of this that theoretically you could say he fulfilled is the part where it says, like, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. But like anyone can say that. Joseph Smith could have said that. That's just an untestable, unfalsifiable claim. You know what I mean?
True. But then I guess you have to look at his life and what he did for people. Did he live a life of sin, or did he live a life of purity, of meekness, and helping
Well, I
people?
mean, just as a comment about the life of sin, I mean, would you say that, like, unnecessarily killing something is sinful?
Oh, what, saying like the sin of murder?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know if you'd call it murder if you, like, killed a dog, but, like, unnecessarily killing something is certainly not good, right? Because Jesus was hungry, and then he got mad that a fig tree didn't produce figs, so he killed the tree. And that seems kind of, like, not good.
Well, so when you read the scriptures, he talks about how the tree didn't produce fruit. It pretty much was already dead. There was something wrong. It was already sick. And he did,
No, I mean, Justin can correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's just because it was too young.
Yeah, so it says that Jesus approached the tree and was looking for figs on the tree, even though it was out of season. And then when he didn't find figs on it, he cursed it so it withered.
It's because it wasn't in season.
Right.
Which,
Seems,
it wasn't in season?
Yeah, pretty capricious.
Or was it just that it wasn't bearing fruit at all for a while?
No, it wasn't in season.
Okay. Well, that I'm not sure.
To be honest, that makes me think that he was just a normal guy who got hungry and was hangry, because, sometimes when you're hungry, you get a little emotional, a little emotional, if you will.
Right. He also committed a property crime when he killed all those pigs. He executed all of the pigs of this farmer that, and then never restored him, never paid him for it.
What, the ones that he sent the demons into?
Yeah, when he cast Legion out into the pigs.
Yeah, well, that was the demons' request, because he was going to send them to the pit, and they said, rather release us into the pigs,
right.
and they thrown themselves
and
off.
Jesus did it, yeah.
But I guess you can't say it was really him. It was their request, and they did it.
No, Jesus was the one that cast them into the pigs.
No. Well, yeah.
Jesus granted their request. He didn't have to, did he?
No, but that was a symbol.
He was an accomplice in a property crime.
He was.
Yeah.
So
but at the end of the day, but now that's like saying, you give someone, $10, they ask you for $10 on the street, and then they go and buy drugs with it, and then, they overdose on it. Now, did you?
Yeah, but he knew that it was going to kill the pigs, right?
Do you think casting unclean spirits into pigs is a good thing? Like, did he not know it would be a bad thing?
Well, I don't know why he did.
He saw what
he
saw what it was doing to the guy that was possessed. Did you think the pigs would be immune to it?
Wait, was the guy Jewish, or were the pigs owned by someone who was Jewish?
No, I wouldn't.
Probably they were in Israel. No,
probably not, because pigs are unclean. Why would you own pigs?
Well, yeah, that is true. I don't know. That's why I've never really but what is arguing about that kind of do for the faith in a way?
Well, what we're suggesting is Jesus simply wasn't sinless. Also, he was a blasphemer too, which is another problem, and a liar. But
As far as what? Saying that he was God?
well, yeah, well, he if he claimed to be God, he was a blasphemer.
Hmm.
You know,
Well, of course, that's why they wanted to stone him many
yeah,
times.
exactly.
But he
That's
did.
why he got
But he
killed.
did. Yeah. But then that was the thing. So even Paul says that if Jesus did not rise from the dead, their faith means nothing
Yeah,
because then
that's
he
right.
was a false prophet. But
He also
all of
said,
the all.
if you take the
Mhm.
mark of circumcision, Jesus is of no use for you. So hopefully you kept
Well,
things fresh
they're
down there.
saying. Yes. Well, it means that because they circumcised people to keep the law of Moses, saying that it was a covenant to Abraham, the promise. But now that Jesus died, he said he already brought all his people to him, so he fulfilled that. It was
Well, Jesus didn't
like a
say that.
keepsake in a way.
Paul said that. Jesus said the opposite, which we can cover that later. But listen, we've got to
Hmm.
get to our next guest before we run out of time. We got a two
Yeah, sure.
2 o'clock cutoff here, and we really wanted to get to Coach, who's been waiting for a while, and give him some time to
Sorry,
talk. But
Coach.
Matt, thanks for coming up and being polite and cordial with us. We'd love to hear from you again
No problem.
sometime.
You're much
Absolutely. Thank you,
appreciated.
guys.
All right, cheers.
We got a few super chats that we should probably get through first. If you want to do that first or
let me
after.
grab those. Matt
One
was
of them is from. Go ahead.
so Matt was nice to talk to.
Absolutely.
Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, why do Christians lie about being former atheists? I don't know sometimes if they're lying or if they're looking through history to find a story that more aligns with what would sound good. You know what I mean? Like, and I think people's idea of what it means to be an atheist can be pretty vague, but it sounds better when you say, I'm a Christian now, but I used to be an atheist. That's the story that'll sell, that'll preach, as they say. Tyler, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. He says, I'm a Christian, but I'm also spiritual, i.e., I smash beliefs together whether or not they make any logical sense. Well, you're not wrong. I've met quite a few of those people that are, they adhere to a religion, but not dogmatically, which, listen, if you take someone who's religious, but also spiritual, meaning they're willing to bend and flex a little bit, I would take that over the dogmatic types. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Lamau, thank you for the 49. He says, is there a dinosaur objection to the FTA, considering the fine tuning of the Earth was initially dinos? So, interesting.
Yeah, the sophisticated philosophers would just say, oh no, it's just fine tuned for life, not for humans.
Right. Yeah, actually, it brings up a good point, though, because if the Earth is finely tuned or whatever, the universe is finely tuned for life here, it's weird that 99.9% of all the life that has ever lived here is now extinct. It's a weird thing to me.
A little bit. We have, what's his name? What's his name now, Justin?
It's Garbage Man.
Don't you mean Garbagaman?
I will never live this down, ever.
You'll never live that down.
Never
Never
gonna
live
happen.
it down.
Whatever. I earned it. All right. Jesus' worst sin is not informing his own disciples and followers to wash their hands, not telling people to free slaves, and not explaining age of consent or consent at all. Actually, that's really true. But here's something really interesting. Think about this. In Mark chapter 7, Jesus specifically chastised the Pharisees for them chastising him about not washing hands, which is wild to me. If Jesus knew all things, even if he didn't believe in the tradition of the elders, he should have at least said, yeah, but we should still wash our hands. He didn't say it. So that's crazy. Oh, well, let's get Coach into the guest box.
Coach.
Welcome in, Coach.
Howdy, Coach. How's it going?
What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Absolutely.
Okay. I was just going to say that your claim, I just want to stick to the topic, is that God does not exist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you guys dealt with the transcendental argument for the existence of God?
Literally earlier today.
I'm sorry I missed it. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, so the subjective opinion of each of these people is not. I feel like it's kind of a fallacy. You guys keep saying, well, your subjective opinion's not proof, but then the same scientists that describe mathematical equations and continuity between understanding basic principles of mathematics, you have to take them at their word unless you investigate it for your own self. So then you come to the same conclusion, do you not? Or is that just, am I missing something here?
Do you think we've never investigated math before?
No. What the point is that if you're investigating Christianity, right, as a human being, and then that last guy that came on, he said his subjective opinion about being exposed to divine authority transformed him. The same way that you would with math would lead you to the same conclusion that math is true, therefore X is true. I mean, am I missing something here?
Okay. Yeah, so let me clarify. So the reason why we have a problem with subjective experience is not that subjective experience is not convincing. It's that it can't be tested by anybody else. Like, even in principle, because it's a thing that happened to you personally, and so somebody else can't experience it. They might experience their own thing, but I can't experience your personal experience.
You just made a fallacy right there, and I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm saying
it's just a statement of fact to say that I cannot experience your experience.
Unless you
I'm
assume the
skeptical of
experience.
your claim. I can be skeptical of your claim because even in principle, I can't
until you
understand.
Test it out.
Well, but I can't test it because it's your subjective experience.
Yes, you can. You can absolutely test it. Yeah.
How?
Deny yourself. Isaiah 1, 13 through 17 is very clear. It tells you take care of widows, take care of those that are homeless and the oppressed. I mean, we all have a heart for the oppressed.
How can I test your personal subjective experience of God?
Well, then it could become your subjective experience, not just my objective reality.
If I have a personal experience with God, if God comes to me in a dream or in a vision or whatever,
Sure.
that might convince me. But if somebody else says, yeah, God came to me in a vision, I have no way of verifying that's what happened. I can't test it. So I should be skeptical of their claim.
You should be skeptical until you test it. That's the point. I think you're missing it.
I can't test their claim. I can have my own
I'm not
separate
saying
experience.
their individual experience, of course. We're not talking about theirs. We're saying that
we are only rejecting their experience. If we had our own experiences, then maybe we would accept it. But
that's the point that I'm pointing out. Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Have you two? What's your background? Is it Calvinism? Is it Protestantism?
I have never had a personal experience with God. I'll leave it at that.
So you've never even tried. So you're saying try out math and you'll find out 1 + 1 is 2. But your subjective experience means nothing to me, but I'm not going to test it.
What does it mean to try to have like a vision from God? What does that mean?
Well, we can look for things.
Try to have a vision.
I totally I'm absolutely and totally understanding of your. I used to be an atheist for about 32 years. I served in the military for 13 years, and I thought that I basically just worshipped America, right? Until I found out that it wasn't true. And it's just nonsense. Just another thing, another idol. So until I experienced that, I didn't know why patriots believe in a cultish way, why they believe what they believe. So if you go down that path, then you'll understand their perspective. So you're saying, well, I've never tested it, therefore I'm going to be skeptical of something I've never tested.
So, okay, look, here's the issue. Previous guy claimed he was an atheist, then he had a spiritual experience, and he became Christian, right?
Yeah.
Now, I am currently testing that model that he claimed worked for him. I'm being an atheist. Where's my spiritual experience?
Well, then you would have to look for the criterion to find out how to get to the spiritual experience.
What's
and you would have
criteria?
to look for things that are...
be in a car crash?
No, I'm not saying being in a car crash. What I'm saying is that when you actually test out the things that are good objectively, and what do I mean by objectively? Like something that's absolutely true is denying yourself sexual hedonistic acts would be absolutely good for you as a human being, with the exception of inside of a paradigm that's not just socially or culturally given to you, but that's something that you can test that would be given to you prior to.
So all people that are currently virgins then are going to have an experience with God?
No. That's not my claim. I don't know why you're making that claim. I didn't actually say that. But I'm saying it's denying yourself an overabundance of anything that actually makes you addicted to it. Like, I don't know, gambling, for example, right?
Yeah,
gambling is an addiction that people deal with.
I'm trying to figure out what that has to do with God.
Well,
What
because
should I do to achieve a spiritual experience? What experiment can I run?
well, look at the things that end up destroying people's lives and go the far other end of that, and then you'll find the right
Okay.
answer.
Okay, well, I'm doing that. I don't
Yeah.
gamble. I rarely drink. I am monogamous. I don't do
Sure.
crimes. I don't do drugs. Where's my spiritual experience?
Well, actually, I would actually have to go just there's a little bit more than that. Once you deny yourself the things and actually walk in the right fashion, then that's where I was talking about Isaiah 1. It's very clear that just because you're not able to intellectually, cognitively, or experimentally accept this, because you have I guess, whatever feelings about it, whatever prior existence you may have seen, or whatever evil that you saw the Catholic Church do, or whatever it is that you feel like, I've come to
never
these
been
conclusions
Christian.
that I
A
can't.
lot of assumptions in
think-
here. Holy shit.
Well, obviously, you guys come from a background, right? I mean, you have books behind you, and you got
my background is not Christian.
Yeah.
right. Your background's not Christian,
Dr. Blitz and I have like the opposite background.
so you have a Protestant background.
I've got a Catholic and a
Justin.
Protestant background.
Okay, so you obviously come from. Well, I have an Orthodox background now, so I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I actually didn't follow any church. I didn't go to a church. All I did was just live my life out and just practice the teachings that I found, like I said, in Isaiah 1, and the inconsistency of a lot of the arguments that I find on this live stream.
Have you
have
read
to
Isaiah
do
1?
Absolutely, yeah.
It doesn't say
The reason why they're going to get carried off into Babylon is because what?
It doesn't say the thing that
What's
you
that?
said it said.
Well, I mean, can we go to Isaiah? Is that a lot? Are we allowed to do that? Or
You said
like, I don't
113?
know. Yeah, go to the very beginning of Isaiah, where God is telling you about His character, what He values above other things,
Yeah, you
and
said
then you'll know that the Pharisees, the Catholics, the Protestants, all these people that don't actually deny themselves and love on their neighbor and take care of their neighbor.
you
Well,
said
then
earlier
obviously he
you were
hates
quoting
that.
from Isaiah 1:14, 13 and 14. Did you not?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's in the beginning. It's like around between
Okay.
in the first chapter.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
it's chapter 1 somewhere.
Yeah, it's in the very beginning of the chapter 1.
Okay.
So,
I would say
so what am I supposed to do to get my spiritual experience?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what any of this has to do with Dr. Blitz getting his spiritual experience.
Well, the same subjective experience that I had, I would say it's very similar to what it sounds like the last gentleman had. And to get this spiritual experience is actually just belief. And
So
the
I
thing
have, I
that
have to convince myself something that I'm convinced is not true, and then
No.
all of a sudden I will get a thing that will convince me it's true.
Well, not necessarily. So when I investigated Christianity generally, I went to Psalm 22 and found scientifically there was no way that crucifixion ever happened before Christ came.
Well, Psalm 22 didn't say
So
anything about
that is
crucifixion.
a piece of evidence, is all that I'm
It's
saying.
not.
That
Psalm
points
22
to
is not a
What
prophecy,
does this
nor
have to
does
do
it
with the
mention
spiritual
crucifixion.
experience?
Yeah, and it's
You
a
said-
deviation from the topic too.
What does that have to do with me?
Well, when we're
experimentally
investigating
testing
who
my
God
spiritual
is, I mean,
experience?
I'm sorry, Dr. Blitz, what'd you say?
Look, so you said that I can test. I can run the
Yeah.
experiment to test to see if I can get a spiritual experience. What
Yes.
do I need to do? It sounded like you said I needed to believe, which means that I need to convince myself of something that I am convinced is not true.
Well, you would just have to do the same thing that me and you are doing. I have to acknowledge the fact that possibly you're not real and that you're just an AI bot. So the best thing for me to do is to call you and to be able to have this conversation with you directly, and in good faith hope that you'll be able to answer the phone and deal with my argument. So it's called a
Well-
personal relationship. You have to actually
So-
ask for it, and if you never ask for a personal relationship and never pick
I've
up the
done it
phone,
on
you'll
live
never have
before.
one.
I've literally asked out loud for a personal relationship with God before, and
Yeah.
I'm also completely open to being wrong.
But so
being
you've
wrong is
never-
like-
no, that's fine.
That's
I
a
get it.
crazy
And
assumption
I've
you
never
make
had
about people
I've
that
never
don't
had a spiritual
believe.
experience. Ever.
What?
Not a
What
single
are you
one.
trying to say about people
So-
that don't believe?
so
I don't
that's a
understand.
crazy assumption that you're making about people that don't believe. So your religious viewpoint requires you to believe that people who don't believe either just don't want to believe, or they're just not doing the steps they need to, or somehow they're bad people and they're rejecting the evidence.
No, that's reading into it. I don't appreciate that. But what I would say is that what you should be doing is at least assuming that tomorrow is going to be like today, and have faith that today was
I
created
roughly
by
do.
someone.
So
Let me
then,
please, at least let me finish.
so
Let
then
me finish my point.
why
before you-
didn't Dr. Blitz
Just
get
let me finish
his
my point.
experience?
Okay. So let me just finish my point, and then I'll answer your question.
All right,
And
you can
maybe
preach,
you'll
but
be
we're going to
able to
bring you
understand.
right back.
Yeah, sure.
That's fine. I want to be ripped apart on this. This is why I'm calling in. So what I'm saying is, if tomorrow's going to be like today, and I can have faith that tomorrow's going to be like today, and I'm not going to live nihilistically, I would also have to come to the conclusion that the harmonization of mathematics and reality in itself, cognition in itself, all that actually points to a created version of what we see, right? Because it's my own
So, I
subjective
mean,
opinion that I'm talking to you. I could say Justin doesn't exist to somebody else, but they'd be like, I know a guy named Justin. But once
So,
again,
look,
it's all about personal relation. And if you don't know who quote unquote Jesus is, then of course you won't know who you're talking to.
You're proving
I can say that I'm talking
you're
to
proving
Jim.
our point for us. Go ahead, Blitz.
Sure, go ahead.
It seems like you're saying that in order to get a spiritual experience, I have to already believe.
Well, then
saying?
you would be. Wouldn't it be crazy if you believe that I'm talking to Dr. Blitz right now, but I don't actually believe that I'm talking to Dr. Blitz?
I have evidence for that. Look, the
No,
reason
you're
why I'm
just,
asking.
that's the point I'm making. You, Dr. Blitz is not real. So me having this conversation, I don't expect for you to respond because you're not a real person.
Okay,
But
I don't
he-
think that you believe that, but
he
that's
did-
that's okay.
he
I mean,
did
if you
just
do, then
respond right now.
That seems kind of irrelevant.
I know,
What I'm
right? Isn't
getting
that
at-
shocking?
what
So
I'm
that's
getting
my
at is
point.
that why so the previous guy, he said he was an atheist and then he had a spiritual experience, which
Sure.
means that his experience did not come with first believing and then getting the spiritual experience, because he wouldn't have been an atheist then. If you believe, you're not an
And
atheist.
That's a real blessing,
Right.
yeah.
So
That's wonderful.
how can
That's
I
good for
get a
him.
spiritual experience?
Well,
How
it sounds
can I
like you guys.
replicate that?
It sounds like you guys are painfully intuitive. So I would actually argue that you should steel man the other side's opinion instead of leading them astray. Like you guys went to
It's
Luke.
weird that you
but
can't
you guys
actually
didn't make it
answer
that-
a question. Can you just answer his question?
Is there any way for me? Is there any way without me first believing to get the spiritual experience?
Isn't that really interesting that every time I try to answer your question, you guys just cut me
I
off?
mean, every time you
But you haven't
deviate
answered
from
the
the
question. I've asked
question,
it
I
to you
cut
4
you
times.
off. Just answer his question.
It's a two-
What does
it's a-
Dr. Blitz need to do to get his experience with God?
to
It
believe
doesn't
that we live in a
require already
created
believing.
to
Okay,
lead
so-
to believe that we live in a created world by a creator
Why?
that began energy, time, space, and matter
Why?
to end up
Okay,
leading up to
so-
this conversation today.
Why does he need to
So
already
you're-
believe it to get the experience?
For the same reason that we're having this conversation, you believe that you're talking to me.
Wrong.
Like you
I
it
believe
has to be personal.
I believe I'm talking to you now because I'm talking to you. If you asked me yesterday, do I believe I'm talking to Coach, I would say no. But now that you're here, I believe I'm talking to you. So I don't believe in you. I don't
This
presuppose
is just rhetoric.
I don't presuppose that you're here. I know you're talking to me because you're talking to me right now. We don't know that God exists. So we can't believe that God exists until we know that he actually exists. So to say that we can't experience God until we already believe is putting the cart before the horse.
And to
No,
be clear,
actually,
the question was
I understand the question. Dr. Blitz, I understand the question. What I'm trying to respond to, sir, is just this: that if we can see evidences for a created being, then that should be enough evidence to go seek out X being because of
But
why
it doesn't
reason.
seem like it is created. We disagree on the facts there.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Then you would have to come up with preconceived notion about reality to end up landing
Yeah,
on
which
where
I
you're
have.
at, right? You said you
Sure,
never even
yeah.
asked for God. You never called on him, Dr. Blitz. As you
No, I
said,
said that,
He
I said
said
I
the
literally
opposite of
had
that.
on live streams.
oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that. I'm sorry. I must have cut out or something. I apologize. That was my fault.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I can have my metaphysical worldview, you can have your metaphysical worldview. I don't think that either. Honestly, I think that your metaphysical worldview, if you're coming at it from the transcendental argument, is probably not well founded. But that's neither here nor there. The point is that the evidence that you're presenting me and the evidence that's been presented to me by people like you, Christians, over the last several years has been wholly unconvincing. And so if the reason why you came up in the first place was because you wanted to talk about subjective experience and why they're unconvincing, and I
No.
told you the reason why they're unconvincing is because I haven't had one. And if you're telling me the only way I can get a spiritual experience is by first believing this other evidence, why not just talk about the other evidence first?
Yeah, I actually never talk about personal experience when I'm talking to atheists or agnostics or anybody.
Then why'd you
But
want to talk about this other guy's personal experience in the first place?
Because it was sad. It was real sad that you guys were doubling down on that poor guy. He actually hasn't worked through a lot of the things. And by the way, there's this punching down against people that are not able to actually have these wrestling conversations. I find to be disingenuous and really not actually a good representation of your worldview.
So we shouldn't dialogue with people that come up on stage unless they come up angry and want to argue.
To do so.
Well, it depends on if you're coming in good faith. If it's just rhetoric, like what I've heard,
we're not in good faith then.
Well, I would say if you were actually wanting
to me like you came up with already a little bit hot under the collar, getting your faith questioned. Let me ask you the same questions I asked in math. Why in the world would we believe that your God is real?
Well, I guess, are you asking for my best example? Or I just want to clarify.
Yeah, go for it.
Or are you asking for an example?
Anything. Whatever you think is the most convincing reason why your God would be real.
Intelligent design.
That's it? That's your best example? Well, that doesn't get you
I know I said it.
That doesn't get you to your God, by the way.
No, I'm saying my own individual experience is my best experience by number two, in my opinion.
So your best experience is personal experience.
Yeah, but I don't share that normally because there's no point.
But you would reject somebody else's personal experience. Like if I told you that my Hindu friend experienced two of the Hindu God, you would reject that as actually happening?
Absolutely not. I would never reject that. No.
Oh shit. Okay, so you believe in the Hindu gods?
No, I didn't say that I believe in it. I just believe that he believes in it.
Yeah, but
just like you guys do that with us.
Okay, but did he actually get visited by two Hindu gods?
I don't know. Sure, I guess maybe. I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, so if I said that the Hindu gods exist because my friend experienced them, would you think that's a valid claim about reality?
No, and let me ask you a question.
So then your personal experience isn't helpful either.
It can be if there was claw marks left on the wall, if they left a gift for him, if he had actual evidence to show me that these two Hindu gods actually showed up and did some relatively enormous thing in his life, and actually he has evidence for it, then we can debate that out. That's totally fine.
Right,
but I'm not going to discount his
your
subjective
experience is better than his,
because
though.
No, I never. No, I don't think it's. I think that meritocracy is based on your own subjective opinion. I mean, like a lot of people are not very intelligent to have these conversations in the first place to come to any rational conclusion.
Yeah,
I would say, which is.
So outside of your personal experience, what would be a compelling reason to believe in your God?
Well, once again, I would have to go back to intelligent design. I just don't think that this world could be here.
But intelligent design doesn't go to your God. Intelligent design goes to Vishnu and Brahma. So give me the argument for your God.
Well, so the argument for my God is that it harmonizes. I'm so sorry, I can't speak. It harmonizes the entire worldview of what I call the divine worldview that's given by the Trinitarian God. It harmonizes everything. What I'm saying about how to live a fulfilling life that's abundant in good things that actually give fruit and not nihilism.
I mean, it feels good in your tummy.
You said what?
It makes you feel good in your tum-tum?
No, it's not very enjoyable for me, but I know it ends up with the best results.
Sure. Did it end up for the best results when they were unaliving people in the medieval period for heresy?
Once again, I'm not a Catholic. I'm an Orthodox. I don't believe that we don't have any evidence that the Orthodox Church was involved in the complete and utter destruction of the Western civilization.
Oh, right. Okay. So all those Christians were wrong then. God was only with the Orthodox Christians. He wasn't with the other Christians.
No, he just said that the gates of Hades wouldn't prevail against the church. That doesn't mean that Brahma is the church head.
Don't you think it's weird that the church, by and large, spent about 1,100 years executing heretics and people who disagree with them, but now you're going to tell me that it's okay because the specific branch of the church that you believe in wasn't doing those things. Okay, so the Orthodox were the only ones that God was actually with.
No, what I'm saying is they're the ones that kept the relationship with him and were guided by him. The Spirit never left them. And the evidence is the fact that there wasn't
Spirit
blood.
left all the
There
other
wasn't-
churches
there
except
wasn't-
for the Orthodox. I know, that's what you said.
let me finish my point. Is that while they were dealing with Islam coming up in the 7th century, they gracefully had their heads lopped off for I don't know 1,300 years, and they did it out of they stood for their people the entire time. So when we're talking about where the fruit is at, we're talking about humility and love and a desperate need to serve widows and those that are lost and that are not cared for. That's what I stand for. Now, that is, I believe, the highest thing. But when we're talking about your worldview, if you're an atheist, then you really have no reason to live at all, and you're actually just passing around nihilism.
Yeah, that's an adorable
like chocolate
pivot.
bars.
That's an adorable pivot. No one cares. Okay, so you're
No,
saying
it's
that
rhetoric.
God
It's
is
rhetoric,
only.
but it's warranted.
You're saying that God
It's warranted rhetoric.
It's not warranted. It's a pivot because you're scared. I'm pressing you now. So you're saying that
No,
God
good. I
was
wanna be
only
pressed.
with the Orthodox Church. He wasn't with the Protestants. He wasn't with the Catholics, right?
No, I believe he was with some of the people of India, even including those people that you just mentioned, of course.
Okay,
But overall,
but the
corrupt
church
men-
that was putting people to death, he wasn't with them.
well, I would say that he just removes his essence from that situation and allows for them to do what they do.
Okay.
Why are we gonna blame somebody else?
Coach, that's all I'm asking. It's
for free
wild
will?
how all you needed to say is yes or no, and you keep giving speeches. So the answer I was looking for was yes.
Interesting.
He wasn't with those
Well,
people.
I'm not going to let you lead the question. I mean, you're just
Oh
going to.
yeah,
you're
you mean you're not going to honestly answer a question? I know you're not going to honestly answer a question. Okay, so
well, you're going to lead the question. That means you're not honestly asking the question.
So back at the bar, you provided at this point zero reasons why I would believe that your God is real, other than you think that your God somehow explains the world around us. But I think that your God would not do that because the world around us appears to be a world of chaos. Why is it that for a good majority of history, up to 4% of childbirths resulted in women dying from the birth? If we're the finely tuned human beings.
I don't. Let me clarify your question. I don't want to misrepresent it. So you're saying because there's suffering in the world,
nope,
X is not true. I mean, is that what you're
not even close?
No, the claim is that humans seem to be not perfectly designed. There are flaws in the human design plan.
So yeah, I don't know. I would just have to leave that up to mystery. I don't know how
that the world would be better if mothers didn't die in birth.
Explained.
Right.
I'm sorry, I can't answer both questions. I'm sorry. Which one?
Do you believe?
No, I wasn't asking a question, so I'll just assert it. If you say that you leave it up to mystery, then that means that your God doesn't. That means that you don't have an account of how that happens according to your God.
I mean, scientifically, we could know why. We weren't advanced enough at the time, obviously, to be able to say.
Right. But my point is that your original claim is that your God harmonizes all that we know about the world around us, and it seems like your God you don't have an explanation in your worldview for why this particular thing happens, which seems like it's a defeater for your position.
That's an interesting claim. I guess I have never been pressed on that before specifically. I'm taking you at your. I'm just listening to what you're saying. I don't know.
Okay,
I haven't
fair.
thought through that, so I would just say I don't know. I don't know everything. I really don't have an answer for everything.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Justin?
Fair enough. So next one, roughly 100,000 people or more die every year from natural disasters. An even larger number don't die. They just get like permanently injured. Would this be finely tuned as well?
Well, no, I'm saying the environment that we live in would be finely tuned in the best way possible for us to be able to be challenged. I mean, I think that's the Christian worldview. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, like any vice is a challenge against our flesh, and any challenge that we overcome derives merit, or and I would say everything's merit based on our intellectual cognitive ability.
How does a 3-year-old dying in a building that's collapsed during a tornado allow the infant to overcome challenges?
Okay, that's. I mean, I don't know why you're even look. That's just ridiculous. Like, is
It's
he
not
supposed to be here to
ridiculous.
save us?
Do you, I'm sorry. Do you think that children don't get injured during natural disasters?
Of course they do.
Okay. Do you think that they all die? Do you think are you aware that some of them actually just get vegetabilized for the rest of their lives?
I don't think that they die. I think that they just fall asleep. We don't believe that. We don't believe that what you're saying. We believe that they fall asleep and that they're in a better place.
Are you aware that
your
that
worldview doesn't
children
harmonize any
children
of it?
lose legs, they lose arms, they get vegetabilized in natural disasters? Do you know about that?
Well, I would say that probably they're going to end up being better people than most of us, especially the people with Down syndrome, people that go through a lot of challenges. They're some of the most wonderful people you'll ever meet.
So natural disasters aren't random then?
Some of them are probably man-made, but most of them are probably based on just the climate that we live in, the era, the time.
You're suggesting God is using natural disasters to make mankind better, right?
I wouldn't say that he's using natural disasters always, but does he have a hand in it? Yeah, I believe that God has sovereignty over everything.
So there are some natural disasters that God doesn't cause, right?
Well, no, I don't get to. I'm not the one that gets to pick and choose because I'm not omnipotent. I don't really understand why we have to become omnipotent to be able to call balls and strikes for every single event, to account for everything.
I'm just asking about your worldview.
If that's what the standard is, that's pretty high standard, right?
Can God accomplish his goals of, we'll say, furthering humanity to be better without natural disasters?
Yeah, that's why he showed up during the time that the Romans built roads and most of the tongue was Greek, to be able to show that, hey, yeah, I am the creator and I show up during this exact time. And not only will I redeem those that came before you, and
it's crazy how,
and also the ones that come after you.
You just think preaching fixes your position. Okay, so what you're suggesting then is God doesn't have to use natural disasters to further his goals with humanity, right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, you cut out.
Does God need to use natural disasters?
No, just like I don't believe he needed to create you to sit on this platform right now.
So God is capable of accomplishing his goals with humanity without using the natural disasters, right?
He could, sure, if he wanted to, yeah.
So that's easy then. That means the natural disasters are not necessary, which means the suffering from natural disasters are not necessary. And if a God is causing unnecessary suffering, then you can just knock omnibenevolence right off the map. It doesn't exist anymore. Your God's not omnibenevolent.
I mean, you're begging you're begging for this. Obviously, you're basically saying that if he should interact in absolutely everything, so therefore free will should be deleted.
Nope.
So if God really loved us, then
free will has nothing
he would
to do
move
with
our mouth like puppets.
Coach, free will has nothing to do with this. This is natural disasters. Humans, humans didn't cause the earthquake that happened during the time of Isaiah. That wasn't human caused. Okay, so could God have created the earth in a way in which natural disasters didn't exist?
Yes, he could have done that.
Okay,
yeah.
So let's
he
follow.
Made it perfect.
Okay,
right?
So let's follow this so far. Number one, God could have created the world without natural disasters. Number two,
but he didn't. So
God can he can accomplish his goals without them. He doesn't actually need them. So that leads us to the obvious conclusion. God causes unnecessary suffering, which means he is not all good. You can't be all good and cause unnecessary suffering.
Okay, so if I'm the creator of a board, hold on. Let me clarify.
Your God doesn't explain the natural world.
Well, I'm going to harmonize your position. So I make a Tesla. It decides to blow up with a family of 6 in it, right? And because I built the Tesla, it's my fault that they shot it full of rounds, AK-47 rounds, and it allowed the lithium batteries to explode underneath their feet and kill all the children. So that's what you're trying to say? Or because
not even close. You're not even close to following. You're not even close to following. In your analogy, analogy, God created the Tesla and he shot it himself. So your analogy doesn't follow. So God created natural disasters. He didn't have to create natural disasters.
Okay. I didn't get to finish. I mean,
your analogy doesn't match.
Lithium, right? So lithium itself is a very volatile an explosive substance, right?
We're all aware.
So therefore, it could also ignite, right? So we can try to contain the lithium inside said Tesla, or we can antagonize it by shooting it. So in both ways, it's still a substance. This is what we call the fallen world. It's just a substance. It's a created world that we live in that is volatile.
Is Elon Musk all powerful?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
well,
believe that.
if Elon Musk had the ability to make the lithium battery so that it wouldn't self-destruct, he would have done so. Your God had
And if
the
he
ability.
didn't-
Yeah. If he didn't, then he's bad. Your God had the ability to create the lithium battery so that it wouldn't explode. So this is not a good example. We're talking about natural disasters, which
No,
your God
I'm
had
more
the
than willing to
ability.
give you.
Your God had the ability to create a world without the natural disasters, and he chose to create the natural disasters anyways, inflicting unnecessary harm. So then to say, well, this is explained by an all-powerful and all-loving deity no longer matches. Either one, your God doesn't explain it anymore, or number two, you're defined and you have to drop one of the omni properties.
Well, I would actually say I'm going to actually give you a little bit of grace. Maybe you're missing the point of salvation. The entire concept of it is that we won't actually suffer anymore. That we'll all be resurrected to Him and reconciled to Him.
Okay, so
So
our
if
life
you don't
here
think
is
that's
meaningless
loving,
then.
then I don't know what.
So
I don't even know why
our life here
Tesla-
is meaningless. Just say it. Our life doesn't matter here then.
No, I think it does. I think it does matter to alleviate suffering. The same
does
reason
suffering
why
matter? Does suffering
you
matter?
cut me off when I was.
Does suffering
No,
matter?
what I was saying.
Does it matter?
Of course, suffering. I think it does matter. Yeah.
Okay. Would it be better if we didn't make people suffer unnecessarily?
Yeah, like not talking about, hey, atheist is the best worldview without giving a comparative or better
It's a
worldview.
yes or no
I mean, I would say that's
question.
pretty
Would the world
constructive.
be better if there wasn't unnecessary suffering? So, for example, if I caused the child next door to suffer unnecessarily, could I call myself good?
Well, no, that's why justice is built inside
There you
all of us,
go.
right?
Yeah, people who cause unnecessary suffering, by definition, are not good.
Right. So if I put you in a volatile environment and you decide to make it more volatile, would that mean that I'm a bad person because you made it more volatile?
It
just doesn't follow.
Your analogy keeps falling apart because you're forgetting that God designed the environment. God could
With boundaries.
God could have made the environment so that it wasn't volatile. He could have made the environment so that it didn't unnecessarily hurt humans who lived in it. But he didn't do
Right.
that, which means your God either isn't a good explanation for the environment or your God is not defined properly.
It just sounds like you have a lot of church hurt, and I'm not trying to be.
I
I'm
don't
not
have,
trying to be.
I don't
I'm
have
not-
any church
honestly,
hurt. I don't have any.
I'm not trying to be mad.
I don't have any church hurt at all. What I want for you to do is stop
Neither
being
do
a
I.
dishonest
I've never even been to
jackass
church.
and actually engage with the logical argument that's happening. Not only have I never been church hurt, I was the fucking pastor, okay? So I was never church hurt. I want you to engage honestly with the dialogue. Stop running away to pivots and stop trying to give bad analogies.
Look, so
Okay, are we done with the ad hominem attacks?
It's not an ad hom.
That's fine, too.
It's just
Yeah, that's fine. You just called me a jackass. Hey, but I'd forgive you.
That's not an ad hom. It's an insult.
To be interestingly enough, actually, the ad hom was done by Coach because he said, rather than addressing your argument, he just dismissed your argument by saying you have church hurt. That's an actual ad hom where you attack the person rather than the argument.
Yeah. So we'd love for
Insulting
you
someone is
to
not an ad
engage
hom.
in the
That's
actual
just-
argument. So can you engage in the argument for why God doesn't actually provide a good explanation for natural disasters?
No, like I don't have an explanation for everything God
Thank
does.
you.
No.
That's all you had to say. Okay. So
it seems like under a naturalistic worldview, we actually have a better explanation for that. We know why earthquakes happen. We know why hurricanes happen, tornadoes, and all of these things. So my worldview seems to have more explanatory power than yours.
Well, does it
At least in this
actually?
respect.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but when I'm saying the worldview that you're going to replace it with is out of a nihilistic worldview, and you're saying your argument is actually to go back to
what my
the
worldview
point.
is.
Well, you just said that and you don't believe in God, so therefore you have a worldview that's going to be
God.
Right. So this argument is about, does God exist? And you're saying, well, my worldview is better because I can explain things. It's like, Well, who gave you the cognitive ability to explain things in the first place? This goes
It's not
back
a
to the
who.
transcendental conversation
Not a
that
who.
unfortunately I missed. I'm so sorry that I missed it, but I just saw you guys pop online afterward.
You're fine. You're fine. The point is I don't claim that it's a who. To claim that there is a who is presumptive.
Okay. Well, Justin, I want to apologize. I'm just saying. I guess I don't mean to say that it seems like you have church hurt. I apologize, and I retract my statement. I did come in good faith to argue on behalf
Yeah.
of those that potentially haven't thought through some of these things and actually lived out. Not everybody has an explanation for everything, including myself. So I'm humble enough to tell you, Justin, I apologize for saying something like that to you to provoke you out of my rigorous anger heart on the inside, because my worldview has been changed by the Orthodox Church. I've met some people that the reason why Birmingham, Alabama doesn't have homeless women is because of the churches, right?
I'm sure.
These are the things that I allude to. Well, okay, I don't know where they are then, but they're all, from what I can tell, at they're being taken care of by the church. So
Don't care.
that's what the church is supposed
If
to
it's true,
do.
that's great.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Is like your worldview.
We
You're
love
trying to
it for
replace
you.
with.
We care about what's true. It's adorable that some Christians did some good stuff. That's not relevant here.
Sure. So God doesn't exist because He doesn't give you a good enough explanation for why suffering exists.
No,
I mean,
he
is
doesn't
that
exist
what you guys think?
because there's no evidence that he, she, or it exists. If there was evidence, we would
compare
believe.
worldviews-
And your particular God has the most amount of contradictory evidence. Go ahead, Blitz.
When we compare worldviews, we look for explanatory power and we look for other theoretical virtues like simplicity, like ontological commitments and things like this. And it turns out that explanatory power is arguably one of the most important pieces to having a cogent worldview. And if your worldview has less explanatory power than an alternative one, you should seriously consider your worldview. You should reconsider.
Right.
Because if under your worldview you can't explain something, and under some other worldview it can be explained, your worldview may very well be wrong.
Well, I just want to know is if the worldview, the best worldview that we should all adopt, is that one that alleviates the most suffering because of this?
That's not my claim.
What? I'm sorry. What?
You
That's
keep
not my claim.
running away to things that we're not saying. I don't know why you keep doing that.
I'm not running from anything. It's a clarifying question.
So the claim is not. I'm not making any normative claims. So the worldview in question here doesn't have anything to do with alleviating suffering. The worldview in question here is about things like ontology, epistemology, metaphysics, and so on. And in that regard, the worldview that you have fails to explain real observable facts about the world, whereas the worldview that I have can adequately explain those things.
Okay, see, I love the claim, I get it, but I'm just saying, how is my worldview not all good? I just don't get it. I guess I don't understand.
We just demonstrated that it doesn't explain the world around us.
No, it harmonizes literally everything.
We literally just demonstrated twice. You said there were two things you can't explain. It doesn't harmonize it.
Well, it harmonizes the thing that we subjectively deal with. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It doesn't.
You're fine.
Right. So, once again, just because I can't explain some metaphysical, extremely unknowing, like I would have to be omnipotent. Like there's no other way to know it other than to be omnipotent. So the bar that you're laying down is so high, it's actually impossible to know.
It's just a logical problem that you have in your worldview. You believe in a God that is all good, and the definition of being all good requires that you don't cause unnecessary suffering. And your God theoretically causes unnecessary suffering. So you've got a logical contradiction in your worldview, which means something in your worldview has to change.
Right. So once again, I didn't say that he causes all of the suffering. I don't even know what suffering he does cause.
I never did either. Nobody is saying he causes all suffering. What I'm saying is he intentionally causes unnecessary suffering to your own admission. And people or entities that cause unnecessary suffering are not all good. It's just definitionally true. Unnecessary suffering is not good unless you want to change your definition of good.
No, I just said I didn't know. I actually was humble enough to admit I didn't know. That's
So
not
look,
me staking a position about what destruction he's causing to
right?
Kentucky.
Okay. So if you don't know what the explanation is for, if under your worldview you don't have access to the explanation for a certain
Yep.
for a certain phenomenon, and under my worldview we do have access to an explanation for that phenomenon, then you should reconsider your worldview, because your worldview is not giving you the requisite knowledge to explain the world.
Yeah, but it doesn't fix anything having your worldview at all. Actually, it
My
doesn't.
worldview
It
can
doesn't help.
explain earthquakes.
Nobody said it
can
fixes
explain-
anything. We're
It can
saying
explain where
So,
the world came from.
he's
Right. I'm saying.
So I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, Coach. We're not saying anything is fixing anything else. We're asking which one of these two worldviews actually explains the facts on the ground.
Right. And what I'm saying is, for you to even have the cognitive ability to understand anything, this goes back to tag, which
Here
I
comes
like I
precept.
said.
Here comes the precept. It's all they got.
Yeah, it has to be. You have to have some
But-
worldview that can explain metaphysics, epistemology, and all these things. So you're saying, well,
When-
that's what I'm actually making the argument
Yeah.
for.
When you
I'm
actually
making
press
an
them on
argument
the
for
facts, they run away to
epistemology and-
precept. It's all they've got.
No, it's the same argument because it's the same argument to make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
So,
It doesn't work out. Presuppositions
trouble-
aren't facts.
Well, steel man my position, and then maybe if you can't steel man it, then obviously
give me premise
you haven't
number
actually gotten there.
give me premise number one of your argument.
Well, I'm actually not a specialist in this area. I actually deal with people that are not. Yeah, I don't like people basically on a basic level. I'm more of an evangelist. So I would say you should definitely debate Jay Dyer. I would love
He should come on.
to see you guys debate Jay
Hey,
Dyer any day of the week.
Bring them on the show.
Go-
any day
go
of the
on
week.
next week.
Well,
Go on
any,
X.
Any
go
day.
on X
any
Twitter
day that's
Spaces. I know you
Sunday.
guys hate Elon or whatever, but you should definitely debate Jay Dyer, and he will absolutely body y'all. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's true.
No, he wouldn't. Want to know why he wouldn't?
Yeah,
So,
You want to know why?
You will lose this
Do you know
live
why?
stream.
Do you know why he?
You won't have anybody follow you.
Do you want to know why he wouldn't, Coach?
Go ahead, tell me why.
Because he's an ortho bro just like you, and he refuses to read the Bible online. He only does transcendental presuppositional apologetics, and that's it. But that doesn't get you to
No, that's
truth,
not
and
it.
it doesn't get you to your God being real. See, I can prove that your God isn't real without ever touching philosophy once.
Right, but isn't philosophy the way that we describe and understand metaphysics, epistemology? I mean, that is what we use. Even if you don't like the words or you don't like the methodology, it's a methodology that was given to us through cognition. I mean,
No,
I don't understand what
You're
you're even talking
using
about. Like,
philosophy to
same-
philosophize a God into existence where there is none.
Coach, can you demonstrate that there is no alternative worldview that can account for things like epistemology, ontology, etc.?
well, I would actually not actually have a worldview. I'm just saying whether or not my worldview is circular or not, it still accounts for more than any other worldview. I wouldn't say
Can
it's
you
like
demonstrate that? That's my question. Can you demonstrate that it does account for more?
I'm saying I'm not intelligent enough to be able to demonstrate that. I'm just saying that I'll end up doing the same thing. I'll end up with a circular worldview, but my worldview will encapsulate more. I just can't explain that in a way that would be, I guess, efficient for this talk that we're having right here. And also, I'm not as intelligent as others. I'm so sorry.
So, I mean, this isn't a you problem. Like, and I appreciate the humility. This isn't a you problem, though. This is a problem with all presup apologetics, namely the claim that their worldview is the most explanatorily powerful worldview, or their worldview is the only worldview that can account for X, Y, and Z. That claim can never be demonstrated, because in order to demonstrate it, you would either need to constructively prove that, meaning you would need to have some understanding of the set of all worldviews, and then say, all of these other worldviews don't account for it, or you would just have to exhaustively go and check every single other worldview. But that's not even in principle possible, because there's an infinite set of worldviews, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't agree with that premise.
But that means that presuppositional apologetics, the foundational premise that the Christian worldview is the best or only worldview that can account for X, Y, Z, that premise is false, or at least it's not demonstrable. There's no reason to accept it unless you already accept it.
Well, I'm not much of a philosopher. So, like I said, I apologize if I can't demonstrate that worldview as effectively as others, because I'm actually just not as intelligent as them. my thing is I just look at data and I look at meritocratic systems. And what I'm saying is the atheist worldview and also the Roman Catholic worldview account for most of the suicide in the world. So when we're talking about like what people believe in, I actually just care about the base, and you can look it up. The
That's a
worldview
meaningless
of like,
statistic, and it doesn't, by the way.
well, you guys used the statistics earlier, but I don't know who actually did
Well,
those.
listen, first of all,
Cambridge or
you're wrong.
look at the Cambridge studies.
Atheism, it doesn't have a higher suicide rate than any
Absolutely
other.
does, yes,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have a higher suicide rate than any other demographic. In fact, I would invite you to look
Look
into
at the Cambridge study.
I would advise you to look into Islam. You're comparing atheism to Christianity, and you haven't looked into any other worldviews. You're just comparing two different worldviews. So that's a useless statistic. It's also irrelevant because we're concerned with what is true. We're not. It doesn't matter to me if like you think one thing just happens to have more utility than the other. I care about what is true.
Okay.
All right. Well, listen, Coach. We
Right,
went
and
about
I understand. Like I said,
we went about a half
I'm
hour
so sorry. I
past
just can't.
our deadline. So
Thank you guys. I appreciate it, and I don't. I like I said, Justin. I apologize for coming off without love. I apologize on that one, but I just sounded like it's just dragging me toward that. I can't see any other. I don't know. I would have to know you more personally. I think that we'd get along in real life, but
probably.
over this platform here, likely we may not make too much footwork. But I appreciate you guys' time.
As long as you don't drink light beer, we probably would.
Oh no, I don't drink. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just don't.
Well, now we can't be friends at all.
I can hang out. I can drink water. I can drink. I'm a drinker. I'm a fish. You know. So you guys take care. Thank you.
All right.
Much love.
One. Oh, Blitz, you went quiet.
Oh, do we have any last minute super chats to get to?
Yeah, we do. We do. Yeah, let me grab those real quick.
All right, let's blast through them because I know that you and I both have to go.
Yeah, sorry about the. I was having a good time. I didn't want to end it, but Fen.
I figured.
Thank you so much for the super chat. It says math is internally consistent and independently verifiable. Magical experiences are not. Why is this hard? It's not actually hard, Fen. It's not hard at all. But like when you're trying to justify your religion, you have to do a lot of coping, you know. And Fen again says you have church hurt equals a way to dismiss someone specifically for being a victim. Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's kind of rough, actually.
So
yeah,
that brings up a good point that we don't get around to a lot, which is even if I was church hurt, like it doesn't matter. Even if somebody is church hurt, has no bearing on the argument. It doesn't. It's a meaningless pivot. It means nothing.
And also, doesn't it say something about how doesn't that degrade the value of Christianity if getting church hurt is such a common thing?
Yeah, actually, it does. It's quite problematic when God is basically setting up his kingdom, saying his kingdom is going to be different from the rest of the world, yet his kingdom keeps hurting people in the identical same way as the rest of the world. It's weird. And Cora, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. Big W, Cora.
Adorable.
Really appreciate that. I know. All right, guys, that is a wrap. We went a little bit over our time. Thank you so much for being here. Guys, if you're not, I don't know how anyone could be here that's not following Dr. Blitz, but if you're not already
with
following,
respect, I have like 5 times as many followers.
I
as
know, like way more than that. It's ridiculous. But we should have Ian back with us next week. He's off doing really important stuff. So
very important. Very important, serious things.
Do you know?
Well, I don't want to spoil it.
Do you know when it's going to be published?
No idea.
Okay. All right.
Probably not for a month or so.
I know.
I guess maybe 2.
Because they have to like cut it up and edit it and everything like that.
Make everybody look bad who actually looked good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Are you going to be on anything in the near future that we should know about? Are you doing any apperances on the line?
That's a good
or
reminder.
or...
I would have forgotten. I will be on the line on Friday night.
Oh, hell yeah.
Not the line. I'm sorry, not the line.
Oh, Truth Wanted?
Truth Wanted. I will also be on the line at some point in the near future. Forrest wants to get me back on, but he hasn't figured out when.
Yeah, I saw you on the line
eventually.
Previously.
Yeah, I was on the line a few months ago.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, we should go. We should end the live streams because I need to eat dinner, and I believe I owe my mother a phone call.
All right, go have a good phone call with your mother. And guys, I'm going to be on the Atheist Experience tonight at 5:30, and then I'll be doing a Q&A after that on YouTube. So there'll be lots of fun stuff left today. But support all the creators that are going to be live today, and we'll see you around.